Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle episode 368. Hopefully, you guys have had a great Thursday. I had a pretty good day myself. Got a great guest for you tonight. I'm looking forward to this chat. Another ex-Michigander, Captain 420. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great tonight, Eagle. How you doing? How's everybody out there in chat? I can't see chat right now, but we're working on that. Also working on probably rolling one too. So welcome to my morning. If you're late evening, it's a wonderful, bright, sunny day here in Thailand. We should be hitting about 100 today. I hope that makes you people that have been in that cold weather a little bit sadder. But it's coming to you. Don't worry, Michigan, you only got another 2 months.
Shoot, man, even in northern Michigan, the last few days, we've topped close to 80, surprisingly, if you can believe that. I consider that
What
to
was
be
it like
nothing
5
short of a
days
miracle.
ago?
Uh,
Because I know 5 days ago, Cleveland was like 30 degrees.
it's definitely still Michigan. We're definitely still having our ups and downs, that's for sure.
Well, I'm still
But
partial to Duran, so I am from, well, I'm from Ohio, but I moved here to Thailand from Duran, Michigan, because Michigan decided to go legal and or not legal, but recreational. And recreational, I seen, was the end of my medical protection. So what I was doing was no longer feasible once the rules and laws changed in Michigan. I was giving out CBD clones, and the amount of CBD clones I was giving out every 10, 14 days was enough to put me under federal guidelines again. So we decided that we wanted to be happy. We were tired of being in the cold. We were tired of being hurting all the time. For those that don't know me, 1994, I went to work on a Friday, and after the last lunch break at work, going back up, since I work concrete and brick and block and stone mason, you have to go up in the air. So I went up in the air for the last time and ended up falling 34 feet at work off the back of a scaffolding. Needless to say, I retired really quick. That was September 16th, 1994, 16 days after my 23rd birthday.
it's a tough way to start 23. It's a tough way to start 23.
Yeah, but you know what? It was a completely different change in my life. It took me away from the lifestyle that I was used to living, which actually didn't include cannabis at that time, didn't include alcohol. When you're going up 30, 40, 50, 60 feet in the air on a scaffolding and you move the wrong way and you can take out other people's lives, I just thought it wasn't right if I get drunk or get high before I go to work or at work or even after work. Because if anything happened, they could always come back and say, oh, you had THC, you were high. No, I had THC from like the weekend before because I smoked for 3 days, but it'll still show up on a test. And who'd get blamed for it? And I don't want to be the person that people point the fingers at when people die. If anybody's going to do any dying and it's because of my fuck up, it's going to be me. Okay, Okay, we have internet here. Let's see if that'll work. So maybe I'll get to see chat. If there's any questions, if I can't see chat, if you want to ask Eagle, that's all right. Let me just kind of run down who I am and how I got to where I am today and what I am doing today, because today I've talked it over and I can actually come out and tell you guys what's going to be going on here in Thailand. Let's see here, we'll go to Eagles. So maybe I can pull up some chat. There we go. Now we have some chat here. Okay, now I feel all right. So my parents brought me up in a middle class upbringing. They ended up collecting things early on in life. So my growing up time was spent in the back of a van traveling from Cleveland, Ohio to the East Coast, to Boston, to Pennsylvania, Michigan, many times, once a month, all the time, really. During this time and then being collectors, they took me all over the world, so all over the country. So instead of opening up a history book, I opened up a van door and I was at Gettysburg. I was in Washington in the morning when we woke up from driving all night. This allowed me to get up and go do more traveling. And as time went on, I kind of settled down. Opened up a comic book and baseball card store because that's what I had to do when they were looking for their antiques. So to give myself something to do, I had to find a hobby. So I found that hobby. My store was successful, but I didn't have insurance. So I went back to work as a stonemason. Got hurt at work, fell 34 feet off the back of a scaffolding. I still have 6 plates and 62 screws left in my face. I shattered my right wrist. I blew the left tricep muscle out of my elbow. I broke my femur. There's a titanium rod going down that. And I have 8 displacements and pinched nerves in my back and neck, which leave my hands and forearms numb a lot of the times and tingling. As far as the pain goes, there's a sciatic problem that is with me to this day. Every time I take a step with my right foot, it kind of feels like someone's kicking you in the nuts. So it's not fun. From 1994 to 2001, they tried to feed me every type of bullshit medication there was out there. And I had to take it because it was the only relief I could get. Screwed up my stomach. And to this day, I have to take Omeprazole a couple times a day just to get through. So in 1995, a friend of mine said, Rob, you know, you smoke a lot of pot. So why don't you try this joint? Because we've noticed for the last 3 months, you've been drinking really heavy and you don't drink. So I smoked that joint. And halfway through the joint, I looked at my friend and I said, it looks like I'm gonna need a lot more pot because this is helping me and this is what I need. So in the fall of 95, I went, and this is just as the music festival scene started in the Midwest in Ohio. And we had our North Coast Normal Chapter Harvest Festival just south of Canton, Ohio. And I went there and I joined Normal. I was lucky that the North Coast Normal Chapter was also opening up Cannabis Connections in Lakewood, Ohio. And that was in spring of '96, which I started helping and volunteering with. I went and did my first festival. It was the 420 Festival in Indiana, just north of Indianapolis there. And, you know, I was worried about, hey, when I get to this place, am I going to have any smoke? Because I'm driving our Normal Chapter van, which has Normal on the side of a green van with big yellow lettering and a big yellow bud on the side of it. So there was no way in hell I was driving with anything. So I get down there, and you have to understand that I'm all new at this. And we had a few designs of t-shirts. We had literature to pass out. We had hoodie sweatshirt or sweatshirts at that time. So we had a few different designs of Normal t-shirts, stickers, a bunch of literature, and we also carried a bunch of books in along with our literature. And these include grow books, psychedelic books. And what was really nice is the chapter had one of each of these books. And in the beginning, the chapter didn't do so great. So I was left with a lot of time and an open storefront. So being the person I am and doing all the traveling with my parents, I'm an avid reader. So, you know, knowledge is king, knowledge is power. So I started reading everything I get my hands on. So I'm at this 420 festival and they asked me to speak. And I'm like, holy fuck, you know, this is my first time out in the public. I have a little bit of knowledge. But there was a gentleman from Ohio and a gentleman from California. The gentleman from Ohio was Donnie Worschafter, who was hemp in Ohio in the Midwest in the '90s. And this other person was named Jack. Jack fed me questions because they got me up on stage. I was terrified as shit. But he fed me questions and I was able to get through that. And from there on out, things became a little bit easier. I became a lot more open in my talking. I finished out that year with 4 more festivals. At that time, the chapter was just over 400 members. We were putting out a quarterly newsletter 4 times a year, about 24 to 26 pages, if I could remember in the beginning. As drug testing products went on, we became a hotspot because we were Cannabis Connections. We didn't carry pipes, we didn't carry paraphernalia, and you know, we did a little bit with rolling papers. We stretched it to that point. But we could openly talk about cannabis in our store. And this gave us a leg up when it came to drug testing products, because we could talk to the people about their concerns and they didn't have to worry about using the word cannabis, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, whatever their drug of choice was. You know, we were just trying to get people past a test that we thought was really unfair. Because as long as you're not high at work or drunk at work, who gives a fuck what you do at home? It's not their business, it's your business. So we sold drug testing products. And over the years, that built up, along with the festivals built up. We ended up also doing another normal chapter out of Toledo, Ohio's festivals. So in the beginning, we were running 4 festivals a year, and in 97 and 98, I did 16 festivals a year over those summers. Very lucky to have been in Ohio at that time, and the jam band scene. I was known as the normal dude. I got into a lot of these festivals and kept the normal chapter table opening, giving out literature and talking to people until wee hours in the morning because, hey, you know, I also found out besides cannabis, you remember this little piece of paper? If you take that too, your pain goes away. Well, I like taking a lot of it. So my weekends considered of Friday to Sunday of taking little pieces of paper throughout the weekend and talking to people and educating the people and letting them know that there was some place that if they need legal help, if they had questions about drug testing products, that there was someone they could call up and say, hey, I've been, you know, doing this drug, doing that drug, and we wouldn't judge them, but we'd help them get past their test. Now, when it came to doing things for the courts, if they said anything like that, you know, then we immediately had to shut them down and tell them, have a nice day and call back later. In other words, leave and come back and don't tell us what the fuck you really need it for. You know, just tell us you know, you're going to be watched and we'll try to get you around that. We had a great product called Stealth at the time. It only worked for THC. And it was great because basically you had a little powder and a little liquid. You'd put the powder in the cup, pee in the cup, put the liquid in it. It would have a reaction that would actually heat up your sample. So you weren't giving them anything that would come below a normal regular temperature coming out of your body. And what that product did was it took THC and it turned it into sugar. So it was a great product. And then they started saying, well, they're starting to test these and they're telling us that we have sugar. And I said, well, tell them that your family has diabetes and you'll have that checked out. Thank you for telling me. And that product, until I left the chapter in December 22nd of 99, was still 100% active and getting people past their drug tests. You know, I'm not going to tell you that I haven't heard the stories of the people that, you know, didn't tell you that, well, I'm a little bit overweight now, but they didn't tell you that over the course of 5-6 years that they've lost 150, 250 pounds. And they're testing positive for drug tests 4 or 5 years later. And we're giving them like Ready Clean and Extra Ready Clean, which was for people over 200, 250 pounds. And there was one lady in particular, we actually sat down with her. She bought one product and we sent out her enough for her 4th test. And by the time her 4th test, we had her on 2 extra large Ready Cleans. And she finally passed the test, but she hadn't smoked for 5 years. But during those 5 years, she lost 250 pounds. So all of that time she was losing weight, she was bringing up and burning off those old fat cells that had THC in them. So if you're overweight and you need to get past a drug test and you've been losing weight and you haven't smoked in 5 or 6 years, there's a good chance you're still going to test positive on a test. And that's what we really need to change. And that's one of the reasons why I went with normal. My honest opinion, and John Hartman's honest opinion, I'll tell you his belief today. Ohio's medical is fucked. We would have never stood for that. We were the reason in 1996, the laws in Ohio did change. So if you had anything 99 grams and less in one bag, it was a possession charge, not an intent to distribute. Because in 1996, we put in 5 sentences and it was passed in the state of Ohio that gave Ohio medical defense for cannabis, medical cannabis. It took them about 8 months to find those 5 sentences. So instead of just fighting for nothing, we said, okay, if you're going to do that, then anything 99 grams and under in one bag, we want as a possession charge, not an intent to distribute, nothing in the way of selling or distribution. They agreed with this because if not, they knew they had an uphill battle to go because they already signed it as law. So they gave us the affirmative defense. It wasn't our fault that they didn't read the 5 sentences in it. But when you have a 1,600-page bill, guess what? Some things get overlooked. And that's how things are done in America. You know, just put it in the bill, put it along with something, you know, put it along with the school and the school bill, you know, to give money to the schools. Those always pass. So that's where they put all those drug bills and shit like that in there because they know they're going to pass with no fighting. And they don't have to bring it out and the public don't have to know that it's in there either. All they have to know is the main part of it is schools. So I slowly built the cannabis connections with a few more volunteers. Now, mind you, besides these 4 quarterly newsletters, we also put out mailings to our memberships. We have special mailings, and you're looking at the chief printer, folder, stapler, stamper, mailer, whatever you want to call it, all in one, because you know, people say, oh yeah, we'll come help you out, we'll come and help you out. I'm like, cool, no problem, you know, we'll be doing that normal chapter, but I'll close the door and we can smoke. And even offering to smoke with them wasn't enough to get them to come in and actually help. So basically, by the end, I was bulk mailing over 4,300 newsletters out to our members. So going out and doing these music festivals and selling drug testing products, for $15, you could be a North Coast Normal member and we give you a nice t-shirt that had normal across the front and on the back of it. Some of you in Michigan, 2013, 14, you would have bought some of these shirts. They were blue. They had normal on the front and on the back it says, what if it was a felony to grow a rose? That was our little mantra from our chapter, was that little saying on the back. We grew the chapter. We were the most active chapter in Normal. We ended up running a satellite chapter out of Dayton. And this is when we kind of set the precedence for satellite chapters outside of a state chapter, a main chapter in the state. And this helped later on. We had great times. Of course, you heard every hardship in the book, and there were some people out there that just needed help. And my help was needed in a different direction. At the time, I was growing. Because of going to that first festival with that butt on the side of the van, and oh yeah, people will take care of you once you get to the festival. Well, guess what? When you're 23 years old and you got really short hair, everybody thinks you're a fucking cop. So basically, I went through almost that whole festival with no pot. Well, I can say it now. As we were pulling up to the festival, there was a sign before you hit the overpass to the freeway that said drug checkpoint ahead. And they were doing a drug checkpoint as you went into the festival. The Indiana police had a nice little roadblock, and I pulled up and I thought for sure they were going to check me. And I go, "You need to check me." He looked at the side of the van. They called a couple other cops over. They looked at the side of the van. They said, "Do you think we need to travel? We need to check this guy?" And they looked and said, "We don't think he's stupid enough to drive with a big butt on the side of his van and cannabis on the inside of it, considering he's working for this national organization called Normal." So I had no problem. What was really funny though was later that night, one of the vendors that I knew from Ohio, Tim, great guy, he's out of the Sandusky, Toledo area still. How you doing, Tim? He has their drug checkpoint sign because he flipped back around and put it in the back of his camper and pulled into the campgrounds with their drug checkpoint sign. So there's an Indiana drug checkpoint sign from the 420 festival sitting in Ohio someplace. Or at least I hope it's still sitting in Ohio, because if not, Tim, I want that back. I want that sign. So over the course of the next few years, I got into the growing because I was tired of going to festivals and not finding my medicine. And I started taking my pot after I started growing in 96. And the summer of 97 was a really good year, because instead of me asking people to smoke, I would just light up one of mine, and people would want to smoke with me. Why? Because I smoke for pain. I am a medical I take cannabis for medical reasons, but you know what? I really enjoy getting high. I'm a stoner. First and most off, I'd rather smoke a joint than drink a beer. So I wanted those effects that would alleviate my pain. And when I went to Amsterdam and I met this gentleman named Neville, and at the time, Arjun was around, but he was really starting to go towards the way of the greenhouse. There was another cool motherfucker though named Shani Baba. And, you know, I got to meet these guys in the midst of a little bit of a turmoil in the 90s as things were changing. So I grabbed NL5 and I grabbed Afghani 1 and I grabbed NL5 times Haze, which took me 120 days to finish, but damn, was that some good smoke. So needless to say, and also with the pictures of the bud that we were putting on t-shirts and things like that were an Afghani one from Sensi Seed picture that all those shirts were made up from. Most of the time when you've seen one of our advertisements that had a flower, that flower was taken from pictures from my first garden, which was hydroponically grown in clay pellets and hand watered. I didn't have a pump at the time. All I had was myself and a jug and just drenching them every couple hours when I could. And I produced some of the most crystallized, stickiest pot you could ever dream of, especially being it was that one-time wonder. If it was, great. But I had an elderly gentleman that was my mentor, and he'd come over and he'd go, "No, it's not done yet. No, it's not done yet. God damn it, grab your magnifying glass and get over here and look. You want to see 1, 2 trichlomes out of every 10 getting really swelling up in the head full of amber. And then you want to take those plants and you want to kill that light when you get that 10, 20% amber trichlome. You kill that light and you let them sit there for the 48 hours. And thanks to Smiley at Smiley's Gardens out there, he turned me on to some information because when Overgrow died and was happening in 2004, I quit. And this is me coming back on the social media. And the only reason why I really got back on the social media is a year ago from Valentine's Day here in Thailand, coming out of a balloon festival, I got hit by a drunk driver on my big bike. So he ended up wiping me out and I had a bad accident. Ended up tearing up, totally destroyed my left knee, broke my left foot because it pinned it up. It was underneath the gear shift, and the gear shift was up underneath the bike's engine where it shouldn't have been. And there was nothing left of my knee. Another good reason why I like coming to Thailand, I had to pay for that operation. My operation was done at the second best hospital in Bangkok. I paid cash for it. They reconstructed my left knee, which now has 6 more screws in it. All the ligaments were torn and damaged. They were all put back together. I don't have that big scar. I've got 2 little scars and maybe a 1-inch scar, and that's it. And it cost me $12,500 US. In the United States, that would have been a $350,000 surgery because they did the ACL, they did the meniscus, they did all of them in there. They even took part of my hamstring and rebuilt my knee with it. But and I lost, and I do have to apologize to everybody out there. This is something that I always did at the beginning of my speaking. Because of my accident and landing on my head quite hard, I lose track of thought at times, especially if someone interrupts me. But even when I'm talking, I lose track because sometimes I get ahead of myself and I can't get back to where I was. But we'll jump back to the chapter time because those were happy times in my life. It's when I got to meet people, but it was also when I got a chance to talk to people, other growers were at these festivals, because any other time it was just our harvest festival that we were getting together, that I had a chance to talk to other growers. It's not like today where you jump on the internet and, everybody out there's got a seed company. That shit wasn't out there. We had to go to Amsterdam to get our seeds. That was the only reliable place that we could get them. And of course, that kind of ended in 2005, 2006, when really, I think all the genetics really got screwed up and started to get screwed up. And that's where I think we really came in, because I've noticed that's when the OG started hitting, the Cushes started hitting, that we were getting into a bottleneck. There was hermaphroditic plants. These plants are not stable. You put them under a little bit of stress and, you look a couple branches up, a couple internodes up from the bottom, and you got bananas popping out on. Man, why these come out like this? It's all in the genetics. And today the genetics are all fucked. Going back, I built a seed collection while I was at the chapter, because I was getting a chance to talk to these people. I was 23, 24, 25 years old, but I was talking to people that were in their late 40s, 50s. They went to Vietnam. They have been growing since the 70s, the 80s. And I tried to reach out to some of those old time growers in Southern Ohio, because my mother's family is from Pomeroy, just south of Athens. And it's in Meigs County. And at the time, this is something I'd like to take a little bit of time here and explain. People on California said, hey, our pot's the best. Our pot's the best. We have microclimates. Well, have you ever been to what you call the flyover states, Ohio and Michigan and places like that? I said, we had glaciers coming down and things like that, and they left a bunch of minerals in Michigan and Ohio, and it carved out a bunch of little things. And it gave us a whole bunch of these little different climate zones, just like you, California. Southern Ohio has days where they hit 100 degrees in the summer for weeks at a time. They also freeze their ass off below zero, like this year, quite a few times. So we have that dramatic climate change. It's in Ohio. People don't realize that Ohio actually is hit by the cold air coming from the north, Michigan and Canada over Lake Erie. It also gets pushed up from the southwest. And then we even have stuff that comes in from the east and heads west to southwest from the east. So it allowed Southern Ohio, and especially Athens, Meigs County, Jackson, it allowed these areas of Southern Ohio to grow some really good cannabis. But they had a little bit of extra help. There was this old gentleman, he came back from the Middle East during his end of his time in Vietnam. And in 1970, I believe there was 5 or 6 university students that were kicked out of the university there in Athens. They happened to all be in the biology department. So they met this guy and they started learning how to grow cannabis from, called Sensimelia. So he taught them how to grow Sensimelia, and then he taught them how to do genetics. And I was lucky enough to meet some of these people. That gentleman did pass away 2 years ago. Those genetics I've been trying to get even know that they probably haven't been touched since 95, because the gentleman that was running our farm was one of his students. And matter of fact, he gave me the seeds from his last harvest, which was ripped off in 1995. They're these big fat seeds. And he said, man, this bud turns purple. It's great. It was my last garden that I did with seeds, and it got ripped off. And I said, well, I hope that they got those rippers. He said, yeah, because you know what? Let me see if I can't find those seeds, because this pot that he sold, it looked good, it smelled good, but it didn't get anybody high. He says, these are the seeds you're looking for. These are the CBDs that we have. And in 1996, that's what I was doing. I was going around because Neville had explained to me that the plants that I seek for my nerve pain and my other ailments are going to be the more earth tones, the things that are like skunk, Afghanis, Pakistan region, Afghanistan. And that's when I learned about CBDs. So I started to look for these strains. You know, you come across them every once in a while on deadlock. We call them pretendicines, because at night, man, they looked good, they smelled good. And then when you went to roll one up, you didn't get high, or you got high for like 10 minutes and you're like, fuck. But then you say, you know, my back really doesn't hurt. So there was a trade-off. So I started looking for these strains, and going to the festivals, I ended up finding these strains again, and people saying, oh yeah, I got the seeds from those. And I started collecting these seeds. In December 22nd of 99, I decided I had enough. The president of our chapter, who was the only other one that was at the store with me, basically, he was dying because he needed a kidney and liver transplants. So they ended up getting him the kidney and everything like that. And they were going to do it. And for the third time, he tested positive for THC. Now, this was the third time that they had him ready to go into the operating room, and they denied him. So he decided to get a little bit more political and started doing a little bit more radical things. At the end, you can come into the chapter. We sold grow lights. We sold probably 7, 8 different types of grow books. You could buy Fox Farm, because at the time, Fox Farm is what I was using. It was an easy part. You know, at that time, it was 2 parts. And there was this product called Nitron, which is no longer on the market, but I still have an old bottle, and I think we're going to come out with it. The reason why the product's not on the shelf anymore is because there's a company out there that has 16 different bottles on the shelf that are 99, 98% inert, and they have one thing in them. They took this product called Nitron and they broke it up. So now you're taking a $15, $16 quart of micronutrients, and you're spending between $50, $75, $350 a gallon for this shit. And you have to buy 12 different bottles, 15 different bottles now, instead of just this one product. It was a great product. That, and I always pushed liquefied seaweed, potash. And in the 90s, I was telling people, no, you need to add a ton of potash. Now, when you sit back and you look at the back of these containers and you add up all that potash, you're up to 35% potash in your nutrients. That's because potash helps the uptake of your nutrients in the roots, and it helps keep that all clean, or at least that's what I believe. And the mention of Smiley, and thank you, Smiley, for giving me those papers, because even today, I am learning. I have not been on the internet since basically 2004, and I'm always over numbers, so I was never leaving the house unless it was to go to a music show or a festival. You know, I stayed locked up in my house. I didn't talk about anything to anybody. Shit, me and Eagle were in the same city there in Michigan and never knew each other because I didn't go around my city. I didn't talk about cannabis. I belonged to GC3 until they figured out that I was the one that was giving everybody clones. That's why we were going out to the parking lot or going across the street. And they finally kicked me out because of a number thing. Well, if you're doing clones, fuck numbers, because you're already over federal numbers by the time you get 2 domes on, because there's 72 count trays. So I'm already at 144. So that was my thing, because I like doing genetics. And if I'm doing clones and I'm producing clones, then that allows me to take strains and make new strains, create new strains. Go pheno hunting for that special one that comes out of our smokable, because I was going after the CBDs that were in our smokable cannabis. I wasn't going from the hemp aspect of it. Why? Because I enjoy getting high. And if someone says, well, you've got a possibility of getting some CBDs in this one, I'm going to try it. And you know what? I'll put those seeds out. And since I wasn't flowering, if I hit something that had CBDs in it, I can make a shitload of clones and take that sucker and just throw it in the flower in one of my spare rooms. I was lucky to have a great big house in Durand looking right at the railroad tracks. Only Sunday nights did it shake when the military train came by. I had 4 to 6 feet thick basement walls. I didn't have a typical Michigan basement. It was the length of my house, and it was over 6 feet tall. Only in the ductwork is where I had to duck a little bit. So I didn't have a normal Michigan basement. I had a 2,400 square foot house, and the basement was just a whole open area of the whole house. So that allowed me a lot of room. And I tried selling my house to growers because I had dedicated, 220, 240 lines going down. I had the timers on the wall, the mechanical timers, they were screwed right into the wall. That basement was set up for a grow operation. And what was nice is during the summertime, you'd have to run a dehumidifier a little bit and a couple fans, and that kept it cool. Doing clones, you don't need a whole bunch of light. You can put 1,000 watt, and that could use a 10 by 10 footprint, even at 6 feet off the ground. That was enough to do clones. And my clones rooted between 5 and 10 days. I'm not gonna shit you. And during the winter time, I missed some domes and trays, and they're perfectly healthy and green and not soft stemmed and everything. And you said, didn't I take these 3 months ago? Well, it was just so cold that they're sitting on the floor and they were off in a corner and they never rooted for 3 months. I couldn't believe it. I pulled them out. I put them, the temperature got warmer. I pulled them out from the corner. I put them directly underneath the light. And within 10 days, they all had roots. But in the end of me working with Normal in 99, I told a bunch of people that I had to go, that John was getting too political. And because of my growing, I had to disappear. So I ended up parting ways and ended up moving to East Liverpool, Ohio, and moved into one of our members' old houses, which was a 2-family house. And what was really nice is, just like me leaving Michigan and leaving someone with a set up grow basement, I moved into his house with his grow room already built. So it was like a no-brainer. Okay, I'll come down, I'll help you, I'll teach you how to grow, I'll help you with your garden. And if you don't mind me growing at your house, I'd like to grow at your house. Sure, come down. Well, as things go, that all lasted just over a year. And the girl that I was with, we moved back to Cleveland. This was 2001. During that time, I went back living with my grandparents because they were getting older and I didn't have a place to go and I didn't want to go back to my parents' house. So my grandparents took care of me after my accident, and I took care of them except for 3 years of that time of when I had my accident in 94, that I was living in Lakewood. I moved back in with them, took care of them, ended up finding a house about 10 minutes away from my grandparents' house. I didn't feel bad about moving out, but I had this chance. Someone gave me the opportunity. They said, you do a lot with cannabis. You know how to make clones. We've seen what you can do. We need 300 clones every 7 days. And I said, well, what are you looking to pay? And they said, well, we'll give you 6 months rent for your house and we'll pay you $10 a clone. And I thought about it for a whole split second and said, okay. So I went and was working for a friend's family. And they ended up putting together a really nice grow operation, except for they didn't have any help and they kept everything departmentized. So I was completely separated from the person that was doing the growing. We had someone else that picked up the clones. We had someone else that dropped off my money all the time. I didn't know where these were going. And then I was described the area that these were going in. I go, no shit. I said, one of our Normal members manages the bar right there at the corner of that foundry, because they were growing in a steel foundry in the middle of Ohio. And after they found that out and they kind of understood I knew exactly where the place was, they brought me in. We were having problems in the beginning with bud mold, bud rot. took care of that. They didn't have no intake fans. I went into the place and I took a jigsaw that they had, a sawzall actually, and they said, I took it right to the front of the room and they're saying, what are you doing? I said, you're putting in a 2-foot exhaust fan or intake fan into this room today. And they said, well, we don't have them. I said, you'll have the holes by the time I leave. And they put that in and they put out some great cannabis. Then they came across this little problem. They couldn't move it because all their dealers were commercial dealers. They couldn't sell the $4,000 a pound wholesale shit. I learned that and I said, you know what? I produced the clones from you. I might as well sell it for you too. And they said, well, how long do you think it'd be that you could sell this? And I said, well, how much are you talking about? And they said between 10 and 18 pounds every 10 days. And I said, okay, give me a day or two. So they dropped off and I went through and I pulled out all the bud that was in it. And I cleaned it up for him. And I took it to a friend of mine in Pittsburgh. His brother came in from Richmond and we smoked it. And he said, yeah, it'll do. And we talked about it. So I was making a trip to Pittsburgh every 10 days. I get back to Cleveland and I call my friend up and they dropped the pot off a day before. Well, I had already set this up. So I went and met my friend in Michigan or in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. And we ended up agreeing that this would be a good thing to do and we could do it on a regular basis. And it was a hell of a lot better than the beasters that were going around at the time. They were a little bit more expensive, but it was a hell of a lot better bud. So it got to the point where I wasn't Ziploc, I wasn't putting in the baggies anymore. Those, what are they, 17, 20 gallon Rubbermaid tubs hold just about 4.5, 5 pounds of bud each. Well, those started to stack up in Richmond. They made it to the ceiling a couple times with all the deliveries. But I get back to Cleveland after selling that first batch and I'm calling my friend back and he's not calling me. And I'm leaving messages, hey dude, give me a call. You need to stop by the house. So I finally call up his uncle and I said, listen, your nephew hasn't called me back. And basically I've been calling for the past 5 days. And he goes, why is there a problem? And I said, yes. I don't feel comfortable sitting here with your money. And he goes, oh, you're done? I said, I was done the day after you gave it to me. The product was already sold. It just had to take that time to get back from Pennsylvania. So it took me 2 days to make that phone call. Well, that was a week ago. Yeah, I know. I've been calling your nephew for 5 days to come pick up your money. I don't feel comfortable with $60,000, $70,000 cash in my house and all these plants. Come pick it up, please. And he said, oh, no problem. And he said, man, you got rid of that really quick. I said, do you have any more? And he says, well, I got a few pounds out to this guy and a few pounds out to that guy. I said, how about you just give me everything? at the end of the harvest. When it harvests, I'll give you clones. You give me this. I've got one person I meet in Pittsburgh. It goes from Pittsburgh. A couple pounds are dropped in Pittsburgh at my friend's brother's house, and the rest is taken back to Richmond. He says, "You're getting rid of this to Richmond?" I said, "Hell yeah. You think I'm stupid enough to drop 10, 15, 20 pounds a week in my city, in the city of Cleveland? That's stupid. I've got thousands of clones at my house. You know, it's stupid for me. So yeah, I'm gonna move it out of state." And that allowed me, after that ended, because someone, of course, just like any other place, opened up their mouth and talked a little bit too much. And it was a good thing that the guy worked at the foundry, because he ended up having an accident. And the whole operation ended up having to be shut down a little bit early. And I wish it would have went a little bit longer, but I made bank. I had 10, 12 pound head stash. I know exactly in the back of my safe, if I stack $100 bills, I know how many stacks fill up the back row. This ended, and what was I supposed to do? I gave away over 4,500 clones. And I said, okay, guess what? It's time to go vacation, because I haven't been on vacation in a few years. So we start going to Amsterdam. Well, when you got that type of money and growing up like we did, you didn't spend the money that you made in your town. You left town. That's why we would go to New York City to see New Year's Eve, or we go to here and we go there. And, you know, I won't shit you. There's times where we dropped $5,000, $10,000 partying one night. And we didn't think about it, because we were out of town. We were having a good time, and we can't spend this money at home. We can't drive big fancy cars. We can't buy brand new houses and things like that, because people are going to say, you never leave your house. You listen to this Grateful Dead music, and you have a few select friends that come over all the time. How can you afford this when you don't leave your house and go to work? So you just didn't do anything like that. You kept to yourself, and you went on vacation. And when you went on vacation, that's when you spent your money. You had your fun, and you didn't worry about what things cost. Why? Because you only got out to do it once or twice a year, because that's all your growing gave you. The rest of the time you were in your basement. I will say this, those people that, you know, Eagle, you got those beautiful plants behind you, you know, and I understand that you've got this thing going every night, and that's the reason why you can be down in your grow room every night. If I don't see my grow room for 2 days, I'm fine. I don't need to peek on it every day. I know what the fucker's doing. And I know every 2 to 3 days I have to water it. And, you know, when we would get a break, we'd go on these vacations. Well, after this whole clone thing went, that's when I really was going to Amsterdam. And by 2005, I had accumulated over 110, 115 seed packs. I'll tell you a little sad story, which happened to all those seeds and genetics that I collected until then. But, you know, I was picking up, I still had packs of unopened NL5 Haze from Sensi Seed from 95. I still had unopened packs of Spice of Life seeds. You know, Bog was there. Bog was just coming out. Boggle Gum, Boggleberry, Bog Saver. all these guys were just starting off. Adam Dunn had been there for a while and he'd taken his bubble gum back. And if there's anybody out there that has the indica side of the bubble gum, I'm sure Adam Dunn would like to get a cut of that indica bubble gum back. And I'm sure that, you know, he'd reciprocate very kindly in seeds if you could get that cut back. The sativa side of the bubble gum is still around, but the only other person that got the indica side of that was Tony at Sagarmartha Seeds there in Amsterdam. And that's when they ended up making the bubbleberry. This went on until 2006 is when I started cutting back, because these people came back and said, you know, we need something for our nephew. You know, how do you feel about, you know, going and doing something out in California? And I said, sure, let me go out to California. So in 2006, 2007, I started going out in California looking for a place. I moved to California in 2007. Then I found out the connection through the family that I was going to be helping the kid out was related to D'Angelo at Harborside. So he helped us procure some clones. Then I started talking to people as we started getting these plants to grow. And they're like, well, you know, you got an NL5 haze. We can pay you $2,100 a pound. And I looked at them and I said, yeah, but you'll pay me $5 a clone. So needless to say, if you're only going to pay me $2,200 for a 120-day strain, and my best indica is only going to get $1,900 a pound, I'm growing clones. And let you guys finish all that. You can be the end user on it, and I'll go back to getting paid first. So I started making clones. I was hitting 5 different counties in California. I picked out one co-op or collective in each county, and I was rotating about 42 different strains at that time. So every 7 to 10 days that I would show up, I'd show up with a whole new set of clones for each of them. And if you didn't get that clone the last time, guess what? You're going to have to wait a month and a half before you could possibly, 2 months before you could possibly get it again. Why? Because I'm running through all these different strains. I'm just not going to bring the same strain into the same collective or co-op. I've got all of these. I did it the smart way. I picked one county, one place in each county. And the smartest thing I ever did, and one of the most stupidest things I ever did, was never get hold of Bodie, because I made sure that where I lived was such a pain in the ass to get to at night that I was watching my sunsets every night out of Half Moon Bay in Santa Cruz. So I wish I would have gotten a chance at that time to have met Bodie. I was there when Santa Cruz did allow clone sales finally, but your clones couldn't be over 3 inches. So we made up a whole bunch of little clones, and I made sure that I fed them. The first group that we did, I just dropped on Santa Cruz. I didn't charge nothing for them. My clones to the collectives and the co-ops were $5 a piece. You know, I let them make their money on it, but at $5 a piece, I was happy. It paid my bills. It kept food on my table. And yeah, I lived in a $2,500 a month house. And I lived out in San Joaquin Valley, out near Tracy. So I would go into the Bay Area every day and drop off clones to different places, because if you go out and you're out in that traffic, you're only going to a couple places. Kind of like here in Thailand, if things are a lot different than like back home, I can pick up the phone and I can get in my car and I can get 10 things done in a day. Here in Thailand, if I need to pay my electric bill and I lost my bill, I have to go to the gas company and pay it. Their electric and their water and things like that, you can't pay with a credit card. You have to pay in cash or in person, or you have to have it directly taken out of your Thai bank account. I don't have that because I stay on a tourist visa. Pardon me?
Four times four in chat would like to know if you provided for Yellow House in Hollywood in the late 90s.
No, I was just the Bay Area, East Bay, Santa Cruz. I stayed out of Vallejo and up in that area, mainly because I didn't need to go up to the Vallejo. They had a great person up there doing clones and bringing them also. And mainly I did Sacramento, or not yeah, Sacramento was about the farthest that I went out to. There was, like I said, I just picked out ones here and there. I only had 5 places that I went to. I kept it nice and I kept it manageable. My friend that was supposed to be my partner, you know, he was more interested in this Suboxone and a fifth of alcohol every day and sitting in front of a computer than doing anything. I think he kind of seen getting sent out to California to grow cannabis as a punishment. Well, it was definitely a punishment on me. After a couple years of being out there and being put through hell, August of 2010, I decided to jump on back. While I was also out in California, I met this guy in Southern Humboldt, and it got out that I was able to do genetics. And since I was doing cloning, I did a couple test gardens for him. And I still, matter of fact, I have one of the empty packs of seeds. It was Canada Sioux. So I was doing a couple little things for Ringo here and there. Really good guy. He was someone that I was turned on to really early on because of the works and CBDs that I was doing. And he knew that I was doing clones, so I had a chance to run through some test gardens for him. Because if things went hermaphroditic, it wasn't going to take out a money crop. You know, so I was able to run these test gardens, and that helped sort out some of these strains in 2008, 2009, and 2010. And later, I think it was 2013 or early 2014 when he released the Canatasus, the Harlatasus, and those were our first production seeds that actually had CBDs in them. And when I ended up getting those seeds is actually, I didn't get those until 2014. I moved back to Michigan because Michigan was a medical state. So I was moving straight from California to Michigan in 2010. I made as far as LaSalle County, Illinois. And the cop said that I never turned on my turn signal. And then he tells me the car that I have on the trailer, well, the trailer's not registered to you or this moving truck you have. And we'd like to search your car and your vehicle. And by the time I noticed it, there were about 12 cop cars behind me. And I'm like, you want to search my vehicle all over a minor traffic violation that is a ticket? No, I don't. And then all of a sudden the video and the audio cut out in the cop cars and cameras. Everything went out just as I was refusing that search and seizure. Well, my partners back in California weren't happy with me because basically I took everything in the house. Everything in the house was mine. It was my furniture. It was everything. My lights, everything. I left the lights. I left a bunch of stuff, but I took a lot of stuff. And they gave me 2 little bags as special departing gifts. And those 2 bags consisted of 1,987 grams of stem, leaf, and debris. Well, that, and they found, I'm not thinking of it going through Illinois and not thinking that, hey, listen, you get caught with an 1/8 in Illinois and that's a felony. Holy fuck. I got 2.5 ounces of flour with me. I've got maybe 14, 15 grams of hash. And I'm thinking, okay, I had that California safe feeling, thinking nothing was going to happen to me. But guess what? I'm back in the Midwest. Bend over. We're going to fuck you. So needless to say, they found that, and they ended up finding some other things, going to festivals. And, I wasn't really that big into MDMA, but, when my buddy says, holy shit, this is the purest MDMA I ever had, and you have a chance, you buy an 1/8 of it. I really don't do it, but that's why when they weighed it up, it should have weighed 3.4 grams. Instead, it weighed 0.4 grams. Then they found some paper. And this was back in the time when the paper that I had was really thick. And we had all bitched about how weak everything was and how we had to take a 5-strip just to get to that takeoff point. Well, that's when family decided, you know what? Okay, we're going to make these like 300, 325 mics a hit. So they were taking chunks off and throwing it into the water to do the testing. Well, I ended up getting charged with 87 hits when it should have been closer to 287. For some reason, they were just stupid enough to keep putting it back into the same water, and the testing was just coming off the charts. So they thought something was wrong with it. Needless to say, they found my seed collection. One of the biggest laughs that they got was when I was getting charged and they brought the evidence into the courtroom, and the prosecutor presented that I was a big time trafficker and big time grower because I had this grow equipment in the back and I had the stem, leaf, and debris. And I had all these packs of seeds. And Your Honor, here, look at this. He's even got buds with seeds in them. And the way that I did the seeds in my genetics in the early days is one person just didn't do it all. I had 3, 4 friends that I would grab 3, 4, 5 clones from and say, hey, I've got this killer male, or someone popped these seeds and there's a killer male out of here. I've got the room during the wintertime, let's do the cross. And that's how we did it. You know, I'd come grab 3 or 4 from you, Eagle. I'd go over and I'd grab 3 or 4 from Buddy out there at Clio Cultivation. We should give a little shout out to him. And then I'd go over to Mike and Double Dog Dabs there in Flint area. And I'd grab a couple from him. And between the 3 of us, 4 of us, we'd end up with 9, 12 strains. I would take, and if there was 4 of us, there'd be 4 plants of each strain, and I would seed those. And instead of just giving you back the seed, I gave you that whole plant back, that whole bud. That way you knew exactly what the parent stock that it was coming out of, and you knew what it was crossed with. And if that bud was really good that seed was in, there's a good chance those seeds were really going to be good. And I talk so adamantly about this because there's a strain out there that I'm looking for today, Cherry Bomb 2, put out by Reefer Man. I have been able to find Cherry Bomb 1s, but I have, and I'll give you a little hint out there to everybody because this is the way that I see everything going, is the sesquiterpenes. And these are the terpenes that have the flavor all the way through your smoke from the first time you light it up to that last hit. And I was tasting cherries. And I did that cross in 2003. And I took diesel and I made it sweet diesel. I took Jack Herrera and I turned it to Sweet Jack, we called it. That cherry from that Cherry Bomb 2 male that I had just stuck with everything that I crossed it with. So I crossed it with our bubbleberry that we had from Toledo back in the 90s, early 2000s. I crossed it with that. And that made a cherry bubbleberry. And it was really bad because the bubbleberry at that time, I would catch myself, I'd sit there, I'd have a oney, I'd hit it, and then I'd sit there for the next 15 minutes, kind of just holding that oney after I just puffed on it one time because it smelled like blueberry muffins being baked. And I just couldn't get over that terpene smell. Well, I crossed it with the cherry. I never did get a chance to try it. As I was being sentenced, I asked the judge to give me back my seeds. They kind of laughed at me. And this was 2011. And when I was getting sentenced, and it was like, hey, if you're not going to give me back the seeds, and within 3 months, you're going to be medical here, because it's taken me a year to get through this whole ordeal. You know, you kept me locked up for a while. And, you know, that was another bitch too, because I ended up hiring a really good lawyer, and it wasn't a normal lawyer. All those normal lawyers there in Illinois and Chicago, go fuck yourself. None of them gave me a call back. None of them. And I ended up getting a hold of the ex county prosecutor for my lawyer, and I ended up taking the intent to distribute charge. And during my sentence, I said, "Listen, since you're not going to give me back my seeds, keep my seeds, because you're going medical next year. And when you go medical, there's CBD strains in my seeds that you're definitely going to want. And if you want to do it with my seed collection, you can open up a state seed bank where you, the state, have these seeds. And if you want, you can make people just grow those, but there's everything there." Needless to say, that, and along with a lot of my other personal items, like anything that was related to my silver souvenir spoon collection, that was all pre-1900. Yes, I had a silver collection. I had a soft glass collection. I had a rump mug collection. And for you that don't know, Rump was an artist back in the 70s, and he made these funky looking mugs. And every mug, if you look down on the inside of it, there's something. He also made pipes too, and they're clay pipes. And they'll be of these weird faces and weird designs. I've only owned 2 or 3 of the rump pipes, but I owned over 80 different rump mugs. The pipes are really expensive out there, even made bongs too, and they're ceramic. And you'll want to flip over those ceramic bongs and stuff. And if they say rump, and it'd be 1971, 72, 73, 74. I guess I can best say he's known for the Star Wars mugs, because he was the one that put out the Star Wars mugs in 1977, 78. You know, they took all that stuff. They made sure they robbed me. Anything that had value, they pulled out and they kept. They were joking with me that they were going to keep my car. And then the one cop said, "But you probably spent more on the trailering it out than the damn car's worth. So it wasn't worth them taking." So they gave me my car back. It wasn't that nice of them. So I ended up losing all my seeds in 2010 in that bust. And that included a lot of the CBD stuff that I was working on. And that really hurt me. But what hurt me even more was the recent robbery. And the recent robbery was done at my mother's house exactly 2 months after I had moved here to Thailand. And it just goes to prove to the reason why I don't talk to people is My mother had just bought a house. My aunt had passed away and everything had cleared on her end. So my parents being factory workers and middle class family, my mom had a little bit of money and she bought this new house, and she started talking to the guys that she hired and to do a lot of the remodeling to build the house the way she wanted it, because she finally had the money to get the house that she always wanted. And, my mother is at this time just turning 70. So, she worked until she was 66 in a factory, mainly third shift, but she worked her whole life for this. And she started explaining, oh, my son's coming in to these people that are fixing up this house. And I get there and all of a sudden they know everything about me. She opened up her mouth. Oh, he's up in Michigan. He was out in California. He does genetics with cannabis. He's been a medical cannabis patient for this long. He started with normal here in 1996 here in Cleveland when we had that chapter. Oh yeah, man, I remember that chapter and everything like that. They had some good music festivals. And she just kept running her mouth, running her mouth. Well, they seen me a couple times show up, and being from Michigan, we have to keep our cannabis in a locked box. So they seen me with this locked box all the time. And they seen me open it and grab a jar out and grab pot and roll a joint. So I kind of hid it at the house and I didn't think anything about it when I came over to Thailand, and they robbed me. They took that box, and that box had all my ticket stubs in it that I still had left over from the first. So I had concert ticket stubs going back to 86. I was lucky, and the family that I ended up going out to California with, they're quite big in the Cleveland and Ohio music scene. Matter of fact, anything under the 3,500 mark they got, and everything over that Talkin got in Ohio as far as music production. And you know what? Hank's been gone a long time, and I really miss him. And I really don't give a fuck anymore. But my partner that kind of screwed me in California, Doug, his father ran and owned the Cleveland Agora and all the Agoras around the United States. His last major tour that he put on was Copperfield through Russia. So, he was a longtime player. He brought Elvis to Cleveland in 1956 in his little club called the Rare Cherry that may have had 100 people, 200 people at it, and that was it. So he was long time in the music industry, and I really miss you, Hank. You gave me an opportunity to do a lot of things and experience a lot of things. And you taught me a lot about the music industry and about how business is done to begin with and how to always watch my back. Well, my mom got complacent and she opened up her mouth to these people that were working for. And my parents turned into antique dealers, and they mainly turned into food advertising, beer advertising, and a lot of silver. These guys, I said, my mom was running her mouth, and my dad made the comment, Oh, well, when she comes into a problem today, she just throws money at it and it goes away. And I said to the guys as I was leaving to head towards the airport, I said, you know, take her for a little bit extra. And that's when they made the comment back to me, oh, we're going to take her for more than what you think. And they did. Because my mom didn't believe in putting money in the bank for savings. She was an antique dealer. She bought gold, she bought silver, and that was her life savings. They ended up robbing the hell out of them. They were so stupid that they literally dropped over $14,000 worth of scrap silver at a pawn shop 2.5 miles away from my parents' house. Now, if you can imagine, at the time, it was about $14 an ounce for silver. And if a pawn shop is going to be paying you, they're not going to be paying you spot. They're going to be paying you under that. This was one drop of over $14,000 in scrap silver. But these weren't just scrap silver bars. These were picture frames. They were napkin rings. They were ornamental items that had more value than just the scrap silver and the gold jewelry that my mother had. Those all disappeared along with my toolbox, the ½ pound of weed, the 3 ounces of concentrate, and all the genetics, all my ticket stubs, my backstage passes from all the shows that Mr. LeConte got me into, that literally had his name on the back of them. And, you know, he did get to put on some of the bigger shows, like the Grateful Dead down at Buckeye Lake, because he owned Buckeye Lake. Him and a partner did. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. It's been long enough. My tickets were Ticketmaster Loge, and at that time I was smoking hand rubbed chars from Jamaica. That famous chars out of Jamaica. It was coming into Cleveland until the guy decided he was making more money on coke than bringing the hash in. But, you know, I smoked down with the vice presidents of Belkin and Ticketmaster and shit like that. And they were calling over their wives, hey, you got to come over here and try this. This is real hash. We haven't had shit like this in years. Oh man, I thought we token it up and we were going to get in trouble. But no, I get a call from my friend's dad the following day telling me, hey, you made an impression on those guys there at Ticketmaster. Any show you want to go to, you know where their loge is, right? And I go, yeah. And he goes, you can have tickets there anytime you want. And that was sharing a little bit of cannabis. Cannabis has allowed me a lot of things in life, and it's hampered me in life. A lot of my socializing has been cut out, or just when I moved to Michigan, it was nice that we have these clubs that we could go to, like GC3. I just heard that there's a new one in Genesee County that opened up. Then you had the one out near Clio that was ran by the bikers. You know, that was another cool fucking place. You know, yeah, you had the bikers there, and you know, you're looking at some of these guys and they're big, rough and burly, and then you sit down and you talk to them, and the guy's got this nice soft voice. He's a big fucking teddy bear, you know, and you're just like, holy fuck. And it was great that Michigan had some place for like that. because it allowed me, someone that did clones, to go out and have a social life. Because my social life was seeing me out at a show. And yeah, I have no problems traveling 3, 4, 5 hours to go see like Warren Haynes play. My friend for a while was booking out of the Kalamazoo State Theater. And, it's like, well, it's a sold out show, but there's this seat that security normally sits on. Why don't you sit here for the show? So, I have no problems going out. It was just until I got to Michigan, I didn't have social clubs to go to. I was locked in my house. Moving back to Michigan, except for when weather didn't permit me going out because of my medical condition, which is a lot of the time, you would find me every day at one of the clubs. And this is where I felt really happy. And Michigan went recreational, and our chief of police of where we live came up to me and said, "Rob, you have to quit." And I said, "Quit?" And he says, "Yes, once Michigan goes recreational, you're going to go back under federal guidelines. It's either that or, they're going to have a permit for a nursery." Well, guess what? They came out with that permit number really fucking high, and there was no way in hell I was going to be able to put together $500,000 plus. And there was no way that I was going to be able to afford to scrub everything, because it's getting to the point now, if you want to do large scale clone production, you need to have those strains all scrubbed. You need to have them and send them out and take it straight from tissue culture all the way back to get out all that bullshit out of there and clean those strains up. Because there's this little thing, if I sell you 1,000 clones and there's something on that clone and it gets released into the rest of your grow facility, how the hell am I going to come up with 20, 30, 40 million dollars to cover your losses? So to be able to open up a nursery in Michigan, I would have had to had everything scrubbed. And that would have taken what, 6 to 12 months, and between $6,000 and $10,000 a strain, or a cultivar. I'm sorry, I've got to get used to cultivars now and genotypes. Phenos and strains is what I know, but today things are getting more technical because now we have science into this, because this is now big money. We've got all these states that are medical, and I had mentioned Smiley in this report that he gave me because I made the comment the other night that, well, your plants during the flowering process at nighttime, when that light goes off, it uses the sugars that it produces during the day. And then that brought up a little thing, and Smiley sent me some papers on that. But all this internet thing, since I've been here in Thailand, getting back on it, damn, I've learned more in the past year than I've learned in the past 10 or 12 years altogether. The information that's coming because of internet and everything else is just phenomenal. And here I thought I was a master grower at one time, and you know what? Probably can grow some really goddamn good pot, but as far as the technical terms go of today, I don't know shit. I'm a dumbass. You know, I I'm not a pollen chucker because I know exactly what to look for, and I know what's going to happen with what usually when I go to cross it. So I'm a little bit more advanced than that, but you know, you bring up a lot of these new technologies and a lot of these new terms and stuff like that. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You lose me. Let's get back to talking plant, nutrients, nitrogen, potassium, shit like that. Now I'm hearing all this shit about sulfur and how sulfur is can now improve the terpenes coming out of the plant. Well, how much sulfur is too much and how much is too little? uh, you know, we had colloidal silver in Ohio. That's how we changed our plants. But I didn't learn until recently that, hey, why don't you put 100 or 200 parts per million of GA3 in it, gibberellic acid, along with that colloidal silver? And then it brings up to the point of the fact of this. Okay, if silver induces male into the flowering, and I always put copper in as a micronutrient. I always make sure copper's in my plant. And we're finding out that today copper is what makes the plant lean towards the female side. And okay, well, how much copper do I need to put in the soil? Because until that plant pops out at seed, it doesn't know if it's a male or female. So can I add more copper to my immediate mix in the beginning to get those seeds to turn more female? Hey, I'm an intuitive person. I'll run that test. You better believe that, because I enjoy doing things like that. That's why I like breeding. And like I was explaining earlier, the way I do the breeding is if you put something in, and there were 2-3 of us that put stuff in, we got everything that was put into that harvest back. We didn't just get back your strains, you got back everybody else that put into it, because that was the deal. If I'm going to make these seeds, I'm going to give you back a plant that's going to be seeded. And everybody that put into this little thing, because you'd have to get 2 or 3 people together back in early 2000s, mid 2000s to do seed runs. It just wasn't one person that could do it all the time. No. So I would do these seed gardens, and we'd end up with 9, 10, 12 different strains. And everybody that put into it got one plant fully seeded back of everything that was in the garden. And I seen things changing, especially before I moved here to Thailand, and when I moved here to Thailand especially. And I really do miss the Midwest. California, a lot of you West Coast people that are all smiles and we'll shake.
Are you there?
I'm here. You back? Okay, you're back. I don't know.
Things went squirrely there on my end there for a second. You got all robot voice, and then you just disappeared. Glad to have
Yeah,
you
I'm
back,
even
though.
watching my internet here, and I'm not even moving on that. Okay, so I don't know how where that went out, but anyways, getting back to it, it's something that I ran across here that we don't come across in Michigan that much, because back in the Midwest, we're all about medical, about all the money and everything. Uh, I live a very simple life here. Uh, you go to my bathroom, I don't have windows over my bathroom. I've got a screen that covers part of the cement block. My kitchen is the same way. Uh, but in Michigan, we weren't after the money. We were about helping people. And that's why I threw a shout out to Buddy out there in Clio, if I can, at Clio Cultivations, because I went out and I helped Buddy with his grow classes. Yeah, how many stores do you know that would set apart a good section of their store to run a grow class that would run between 4, 5, and 6 hours a class? And Buddy would go out and he, drinks, refreshments were free. He'd go out and he'd buy pizzas or the big subs, and he'd buy lunch for us. And we'd be sitting there at the store puffing down hard, teaching these classes for 6, 7 weeks at 4 to 6 hours a week, and they're free. And by the time we get down to the end of it, there'd only be 3 or 4 people in the class, but we started off with 15, 16. And it's not like we were, if I was to do this here in Thailand, or I do it any other place, if I was to do it in Ohio, because I'm sorry, fuck you, Ohio, you screwed the medical patients in Ohio so bad. And God, I hope Michigan caregivers can hold on to your license. Don't give up those licenses. Everybody's going recreational. Oh, it's legalized. No, it ain't fucking legalized. Why? Because I can't put 3 plants, 10 plants out in my backyard and not be a medical patient. The weed is not free. It's not legal yet, people. It's still being controlled, and Ohio's really gotten screwed on that, and they're trying to screw you, Michigan. Don't give up your caregivers. That's one thing that's keeping Michigan on a level, and it's all the growers, all the caregivers, all the people that are willing to help other people. I come to Thailand, I speak at their first 420 conference that they had here, a very professional one. And I talked to these people, and there's no cannabis culture here in Thailand. Everybody goes, oh, Thai strains this, Thai strains that, Thai strains this. Well, thanks to our United States government, the Thai government has eradicated all those great strains that were here in the 60s, the 70s, and 80s. People say, send me seeds. I'll send you seeds from Thailand. If you want to grow 120 to 160 day flowering plant, I can send that to you. If you want quality though, come over to Thailand and collect them yourself, because it's a big pheno hunt. The chocolate Thai, I've spent the past 5, 6 years looking for it and still can't find it. But I got a chocolate fondue back home in Athens that is fucking killer on the chocolate terpenes and profiles. It had to come from someplace. I can't find it. But now Thailand has medical, and it was kind of like what Florida did, and it's all concentrate, no flour. And the law is actually written for THC, but the Thai government is only allowing CBDs at this time, and no flour. If you're caught with flour, you don't pass, you pass go straight to jail. Don't collect the 200. Nope. Matter of fact, that's about what's going to cost you to get out of jail. And you goddamn hope you don't go to the police station. You hope you settle it before you get there. Because especially being a Westerner, there's a Westerner that hasn't seen the outside daylight in 7 years because of 2 joints here in Thailand. He's lost in the tourism police department someplace. And that's what happens to you here. I live in the northern highlands of Thailand, and Thailand is a military controlled country. We have a king, well, it's a king, I shouldn't say country, it's a kingdom. It's the kingdom of Thailand. Well, the new king of Thailand isn't even in Thailand. He's been in Germany for the past 12 years, 15 years. So up here in the north, we have a lot of problems with yaba, with meth coming in from Myanmar, Burma. And I really like the way they have the attitude up here on that shit, especially the people that are dealing large quantities or trafficking large quantities of it. Just like in Laos, they catch you with large quantities of that shit. Guess what? They just put you on your knees and put a bullet in the back of your head. You know, and I'm sorry, you sell death, then if you're willing to traffic death, then you have to take that penalty. I don't think anybody's ever really gotten, well, I won't say that, but you know, it was brought up a long time ago. You know, cannabis people carry smiles, cocaine people carry guns. You know, you don't get shot over a couple ounces of cannabis. You know, so those harder drugs, you know, yeah, if that's your drug of choice, then that's all up to you. But just understand that, you know, there's penalties that you have to pay. And I decided to move to Thailand, and I didn't even know they were going medical. I heard something about it, but I just laughed it off. I knew they were having elections here when I first moved here, and I thought, cool, things are going to change for the better. We're going to get the new king in. There's going to be a democratic elections go on. And the military, a coup that started in 2014, just kept power. But they had to give the people something, so they gave us cannabis, medical cannabis. Then they told you that you can only use it for CBDs. Well, if you know anything about CBDs, they don't grow between the 0 and 20th parallel. So that stuff has to be brought in. And I'm thinking to myself, I've got all these genetics back at home, because when I went out and helped DJ, that's another great person from Michigan that I got to meet while his father was really sick. I went out to, in 2014, I think it was, I'm a little off with my numbers because of being dropped on my head. He ended up getting me Harlequin. He got me AC/DC. The AC/DC that I got was the one that they were juicing the leaves out of, because I called it the Weeping Willow. Now I let these all go. I had the Harlequin, I had the Canatonic, I had the AC/DC, and I had a couple more. And I brought these back on the plane from California after I went out and helped DJ at the High Times Cup in Santa Rosa, selling his seeds. I flew back with a can of tonic that was about 2.5 feet tall, and it was in my backpack. And I'm having all this stuff go through the x-ray equipment, and there's this gentleman on the other side of the x-ray equipment, and my backpack goes through, and you can see this smile come to his face, and then this little cardboard box goes through, and it just lights up because the rest of the clones were in there. But DJ ended up hooking me up with a bunch of these CBDs, and I brought them back to Michigan. But it seems like everything in my life, I quit something a little bit too early. I get everything started, and as everything's starting to really take off, I change direction and go in a different way. I don't know, maybe it's just my curse or my path to get everything started. And once I get started, I go move on to something new. My new thing here in Thailand is to get flour legalized and get THC, which is written in the Thai medical law. It's just the Thai government is telling you it's only CBD and it's only concentrate. Well, the Thai law doesn't say anything about only being concentrate either. I am one of a few Phalang Westerner that does have a Thai medical paper. And mine actually, I got my doctor to write it because he believes just like us that, you know, the flower, no flower thing is bullshit. So I had him write down, the first thing on there was THC and CBD. So my Thai medical paper has both THC and CBD written down on it. The only thing he couldn't write down on it was the use of flour. I'm one of those people, because of my accident, I've lost my sense of taste and smell, and I'm a cause and effect person, which makes me great for being able to tell people what type of cannabis that they need for their types of ailments, because that's all I get out of it. You know, I don't care what the hell it really smells like or tastes like. I just want to know if it's going to do the job. Is it going to take care of my post-traumatic stress disorder? Is it going to take care of my pain? You know, that's what I'm worried about. I don't care about really the aesthetics of it. I just want it to work. And I think that's what all medical people want, is we want health without the use of pharmaceuticals, because pharmaceuticals do nothing but destroy your life and destroy your stomach. Yes, there are people out there, and including myself, I still have to take pharmaceuticals at times. I take an anti-seizure medication because my hands do this all the time. So it's something that we learn to live and deal with, and we go on. But here in Thailand, that is completely different. It's all about the money aspect and who controls what. That's why there's no flour allowed and only concentrate. Why? Because the poor Thai farmer that doesn't have, the poor Thai farmer that works for $200 a month and lives on $200 a month can pick a cannabis flower off the plant and smoke it. But that's illegal. But the legal thing is the thing that he has to pay 1,500 baht for this little vial. He's got to pay $50 for this little vial of concentrate, and it's just CBDs. my fight today is to get them to understand that without THC, CBDs are really not effective. And I know there's going to be a lot of people out there that kind of disagree with me, but the tests are out there. The THC opens up more receptors, and it's like going from a little electrical wire to a huge electrical cable in your body. And it allows those CBDs to recirculate for a longer period of time, and you get more benefit out of it. But my job now is to get the Thai government to allow us to smoke flower, because with me, concentrates take between 20 minutes and an hour to take effect. When I want something, I want it right now, because I've reached my point where my pain has gotten to the point where I need a relief. And my relief is not found here in Thailand, because CBDs do not grow between the 0th and 20th parallel. And the heavy narcotic indicas that I need do not grow here. But where I do live in Thailand, I have basically 6 months where I can grow indica. I can grow the big, fat, dense buds, because until a couple days ago, I only seen rain 4 times since October. You know, it got cold as shit in December. We were down in the 30s and 40s every night almost. But, you know, when it warms up to 80s during the day, the plants survive, especially when you're using an Afghani or something. So I moved up here because I have the UV light. I've got the temperature. It rains for 4 to 5 months out of the year, and then the rest of the year it's a dry season. And that allows me to grow my indicas, because I'm up here in the cooler elevation, which will allow me to get a lot of these cool ass different colors in plants that we just don't get to see. And that's another thing, one of the reasons why I had to move someplace where it actually turned cold, is because that also helps with the magic of the plant. And you know, we don't realize that, you know, well, we'll really start to realize when all these people are using LEDs and they're not getting the same results. And I'll come out and I'll say, I've seen some LEDs that have packed the triclones on, but it's still missing something. And I think that will be all fixed in about 10 years when all the breeding is done underneath the LED lights. You know, everybody's got to remember, all this breeding that we've been doing has been under high pressured sodiums and metal halides, you know, and changing from that to an LED there. Yes, I understand in the past couple of years, and I'm learning more about it, that they're getting really efficient. I've got a gentleman here that I actually was talking about that, because here in where I live, Jaime, or Jamie from Resin Seeds, who was the Canatonic, is 20 minutes away from me, 25 minutes away from me, but we don't talk, because he's with another group, and that's another long story. I was actually a teacher at a university for one day until I went and talked to Jamie, my friend, and they called up my other friend and said, "What is your friend doing at the university talking to the master grower?" Well, I was there offering them, well, I ain't getting my permit for 5 to 6 months. Why don't I teach 2.5 month grow classes for you here at the university? Oh yeah, that's great. But I'm taking money out of someone else's pocket, because in teaching the grow class takes away English terminology of cannabis class because I'd be teaching it in the grow class. So I cost someone money. That person made a phone call and I was fired. I went in speaking. By the time I was done speaking, I was offered a job 3 days a week. And by the time I got done talking to Jamie, just going up and bullshitting and saying hi with him, I was fired. So, you know, it's here in Thailand, it's completely different. I've actually, until now, really not came out and said anything about it. It wasn't just until recently that, as a matter of fact, last night I had to kind of confirm that, hey, I can kind of come out and say, yeah, I'm part of the cannabis project here in Thailand now. It's actually the first one and only one that's going to be ran by Westerners. We've tried to be consultants, but when you have people that have never grown cannabis trying to micromanage your grow and telling you what you can buy, what you can't buy, what you can do and what you can't do, no, that's just not going to work for me and the person that I partnered up for. We're both class type A personalities, and if it smells like dog shit, then we're going to tell you it smells like dog shit. If we think it's fucked, we're going to tell you it's fucked. And we have a little problem with that here in the Thai culture because we're foreigners, we're Westerners. And, you know, I'm using a VPN right now. If not, I'd be screwed. But I can say these things right now because it may take them a while to catch up to me, but by then I'll already have my permits. So I don't care. This is what I am. I'm here to educate the people of Thailand about cannabis. We're here for the farmers. Yes, we do have a 250 rye permit to grow CBDs for the Thai government. It works out to be a 100-acre farm. We've split it up between 2 provinces. My province is the largest that I can go is 50 rye out of the 250 rye. And 15 rye of that is going to be propagation area. That is what I'm calling my world, because that's basically where I'm going to be spending all my time, because it's going to allow me to do R&D. I'm going to be able to do research and development. And since the Thai law is written for THC and there's no CBD strains here in Thailand, I have the use of universities, so I can go test for those outliers, and we can bring CBD plants that the farmers can take right and plant right into the ground from seed here in Thailand. But that's going to take me 2.5 years to get it to that point. That's a lot of work. But you know what? I'm kind of playing that devil's advocate because I know the THC is right around the corner. So I'm bringing all those strains from back in the Midwest and back in California that are from our smokable cannabis. You know, because those are the ones that had a lot of the good terpene profiles. And one of the things that I'll tell you in the States, if you really want to make money in this, go clones and go pre-rolls, and don't go monoterpenes, go sequiterpenes. That terpene needs to be there from the first hit to the last hit for your general public. And it's the ladies that are going to be buying those pre-rolls that taste like strawberry, like cherry. You know, they're going to be the ones that are going to drive that market. And why not get paid first and do clones? You know, everybody can say they can grow a plant, but there's one thing that everybody can do, and that's kill a plant. So why not get paid first? Make clones. Don't charge a lot for them because they don't take up a lot of room. They don't eat a lot, you know, and get them out to people that are actually going to grow them for medicine or grow it because they can't afford to go out and get their smoke, because they'd rather smoke a joint than drink a beer or hit the bottle of alcohol. And that's the biggest thing. You know, I really like, I heard you the other day, Eagle, and man, I give you much props for giving up drinking alcohol when your kid was born. You know, there ain't nothing ever happened with people smoking pot. It's always that alcohol. And when you said that, that made me happy as shit, man. Because I've watched alcohol destroy so many lives. I've myself, until I moved to Thailand, I had 3-4 drinks a year. Not that I would go out drinking 3-4 times a year. I had 3 or 4 drinks a year. But coming to Thailand, I couldn't find the cannabis that I needed. So I was always in pain. And there's no Western medicine here. There's only 5-6 medications that help anything with nerve pain: methadone, Suboxone, Subutex, fentanyl, Dilaudid, and Oxycontin. Well, guess what? Dilaudid was the only one that I could get a doctor to prescribe me any of besides morphine. And I've been a state of Ohio licensed narcotics user since 2001. But what's the sense of taking morphine when 60 milligrams at one time crushed up just takes the edge off of things? It doesn't help with the pain. But I can sit there and I can roll one of these joints like I'm about to, with a little bit of Afghani mango in it, a little bit of Chong and cheese, and yeah, I'll probably end up throwing a little bit of wedding cake in there just to bump up that THC a little bit. Or maybe I'll throw some of the Gorilla Glue that I have, because these are the ones that work for me now. And this is my medicine. I'd rather spark up that joint and within 2 to 3 minutes get that instant relief of pain, or at least allow my mind to separate from my body's pain. I think that's the biggest thing is cannabis, the THC in cannabis. If you have that type of mind, will let you escape, and you can take that pain and you can put it in a different department and get your mind off of it. And then that's when you can actually go out and do things and socialize with people. The time that it took me to sell my house and finally move to Thailand was a happy time and a really sad time for me all at one time, because I knew I was leaving for a country that, because I like to self-medicate with cannabis, that my family could possibly never see me again, all over a couple fucking joints. But I get here and they have medical. Well, a couple months after being here, they pass it. And then they say, everybody that's got a medical card from a country that allows cannabis, medical cannabis, your cards are valid here in Thailand. You know how many Thai friends I pissed off because I became legal before they did in their own country? But here in Thailand, it's just, it's a money thing. And that's all it is. The reason why they don't allow flowers is because it has to go through 3 different people's hands so they can control it and they can make the money off of it. They don't allow the flowers being legal. Why? Because the poor farmer doesn't have to do anything except dry out the flower. Now, here's a problem that our country started many years ago, and very rarely do you get to see finished flower here in Thailand because the culture is for the leaf. So before the plant actually gets to the time where it starts to form a flower or bud, a lot of the plants are chopped down and they're put into soups and things like that. But that's Thai traditional medicine that's been around for thousands and thousands of years. But now you're telling the people they can only have CBDs that don't grow here in Thailand, and you can't smoke flowers, which means that you have to go purchase this someplace. Well, if CBDs aren't grown naturally here in Thailand, then how do you get it? They won't allow the importation of it. Believe me, if they did, Michigan would be sending a shitload of stuff back, and so would Ohio. They'd be sending it all over here to me. And I'm sure I'd have a lot of competition from California because I see California weed in Bangkok all the time. California weed is still $500 an ounce here in Bangkok. Now, the indoor Bangkok weed, it's down to $300 US an ounce. So yeah, when I heard those numbers, I went, yippee! I can live in Thailand for the rest of my life on only a couple plants harvested here and there. Why? Because my 3-bedroom house cost me $117 a month. My water bill was less than $3 last month. My electric bill was less than $35 a month, and I keep an air conditioner in my bedroom running all the time so I can have somewhat of a climatized room. Because if not, everything wants to mold here. My leather jacket that I have for my bike when it gets cold, I have to keep wiping that off every so often because mold grows on it. You know, indoor growing here is not suitable. Outdoor, yes. There's no cannabis culture here in Thailand, really. So we'll never be like the United States. You'll have your craft growers and you'll have your big production. That's going to be basically it. This cannabis that everybody talks about from Thailand, how powerful it was. Well, we're finding out now it wasn't because of THC, but because of the terpene profiles in it. And it's where the terpenes are actually giving us the effects a lot more than what we think the THC was giving us in the past. And this is all new information that's coming out. And like I said, you know, back in the 90s, early 2000s, like when I thought the plant, when it was in dark, it was using up all the sugars in the plant during that time. Well, now I've kind of learned that ain't quite true. Well, a lot of shit that I thought I knew isn't quite 100% today because all this other information has come out and we've advanced so much that I'm watching shows like yours, Fumi show, Mission Bro show, Jack show, and I'm finding out that I'm a stupid idiot. And my thinking, I'm stupid. You know, I'm just writing down all this information that I can. And it's just these this past year, I've learned 10 years worth of information. It's unbelievable. And I'm sure every minute I keep watching a program like yours with these guests that are coming on, I'm going to keep on learning. And I've always told this to people in the beginning, especially when I'm teaching a grow class. You know, the way I grow is not the way for you to grow. But what you may be able to do is take something from the way I grow, or a few things of the way I grow, and put it towards the way you want to grow and what works for you. Because what works for me isn't going to always work for you, and it ain't going to work for Joe Blow down the street. So, you know, if you get those chances, and this is where I was really at in the beginning, when I got a chance to talk to a grower, man, I'd smoke that fucker down. I'd buy him enough drink or whatever he wanted just to keep him talking, because we didn't have information like this. And when you got somebody talking that was a grower, you sat there and you listened. Even if you thought 80%, 90% of what he said was bullshit, you pulled away something out of what he said and you put it into your growing style. And that's how you become a good grower, is you take bits and pieces out of what other people do, and you make your own style, and you make what works best for you and what makes you happy. You know, people are happy about spending 3-4 hours a day in their grow room. Shit, you know, give me 3-4 hours, maybe once a week in my grow room. And then the other days are just to go in, water, and say, okay, you girls are doing fine. You're all dancing in the wind. You're all green. You're all pointing up at the light. Not much more I can do. Just watch you grow. So why the hell do I need to be in my basement? Let me go up, sit in front of my TV, or listen to music on the couch. Boy, I can talk, can't I?
It's been a great story so far, man. Shout out to you for all that work with the normal and helping us get where we are today, by the way. You know, much respect
Well,
for
thank
that.
you.
Tons of respect for that.
Yeah, that was back when the days when, you know, you were the normal dude and, you know, everybody pointed you out and things like that. But like I said, it wasn't that great in the beginning. I didn't have people smoking me out. I had to grow my own shit. And when people found out I grew shit and then what I grew, then the other growers came out and they're like, hey, bud, we see what you're doing there. But man, I went that first full year having to take bud in a van with a bud on the side of it, because I knew from that first festival on, no one was going to help me out. And when you get to those music festivals, people don't bring tons of extra pot. Well, they did in the mid 2000s and out at Nelson's Ledges. I know that. But, you know, in the early days, that wasn't like that. If you didn't bring it, you didn't smoke. It sucked. It really sucked. And that's the reason why I had to grow my own, because I was also looking for that CBD. Because that CBD was taking care of my nerve pain. It was helping me out with those pains. My breathing is a little bit hard right now because I've got a rib that just popped out. But you know, if it wasn't for cannabis, I wouldn't be here where I am today. I'd be dead because of the pain that I'm in. And cannabis has allowed me to get away from those prescriptions, not 100%. I wish it could, but I have other problems that, you know, I wish cannabis could help. But it does nothing for the uncontrollable shaking of my hands. It does nothing for my hands and forearms going numb all the time. You have to take that, do take care of those problems. But, you know, like I was saying, I have 3 drinks, 4 drinks a year. I moved to Thailand and I'm having 1, 2 drinks a night and smoking their pot here, which most of it comes out of Laos. And we're talking something that may be 6, 7% THC. And I'm coming from my Afghani mango, which I really love, and I enjoy cannabis between 16 and 20% THC. You get to 30% and that wires me out a little bit too much. I don't like that, you know, but if you're going to wire me out on a haze, which is a clear head high for me, that's totally different because I still have body effects from it. But, you know, that's really almost gone. You don't see haze strains out there anymore. And I really think that's something that's going to come around in the market too. You have mushrooms being legalized and psychedelics. Well, the people that take mushrooms now and have been taking micro doses of mushrooms are more intellectual people. So they're going to want that intellectual property in their cannabis. So they're going to want to come out and try that haze again, you know, but who's going to want to sit down and grow the 120, 140 day, 160 day strains? You know, the last NL5 haze I grew out went around 3 rooms in my grow room. And I used bedrooms to grow in. So it went around 3 of the walls in my bedroom, and it was 3 feet off the ground. And it just grew spikes as it went down out of the side. But it took me 120 days to finish that plant. You know, most people today, especially if it's a commercial, it's got to be done in 57, 58 days. Well, you're not reaching a plant's full maturity at that. And that's one thing that I really do appreciate about the cannabis plant. That cannabis plant's never going to be 100% produced in a laboratory. We don't know enough about it yet. And we're just now finding out that maybe it's not the THC that really gives you the psychic effect and the high. Maybe it's the terpenes, the smells that you get off of that. You know, there is so much studying going on. It's not even funny. And that's why I'm glad to have a university working with me, because now I get to go back and I get to test the runoffs of plants, and I get to see what strains use more nitrogen during this period, because I've got a research and development facility now. I can play. You know, this is my candy land. This is what I've been waiting for is, you know, when I moved out to California and they gave me the legal right to do clones and grow, it was great. Now I'm here in Thailand and they're giving me 100 acres to grow cannabis on in the promised land. You know, that's all I want to do is I want to grow my medicine. I want to grow my cannabis. I want to listen to Grateful Dead. And I want to sit on my porch and get high and play with my cat. Why? Because those are the things that make me happy. And that's all that matters in life is happiness. That's why I moved to Thailand, not because they were going medical. I didn't find out Thailand was going medical until 6 months before I actually was flying here. So it was like kind of screwing around for the last 6 months, trying to get things together to find out who I needed to talk to because all my genetics were gone again. My mother got robbed, and when they robbed her, they robbed me. And I used to collect comic books, baseball cards, sports memorabilia. I collected a lot of stuff, the rump mugs, art, soft art glass from the 50s and 60s. I used to collect things. They stole a 1563 botanical cannabis print that I had. And they stole a poster that I had from the joint venture of the Bay Area poster creators. That was done in 1967, and it had a picture of a packet of joints on it, like cigarettes, and it had the Zigzag Man on it. Well, they stole that too, and when they stole that, they stole my art. They stole my passion. They actually, they've done a lot more to me than that, because the city of Willoughby Hills, even though it's now medical in the state of Ohio, they wouldn't press charges against them. And they bought off and got off with, oh, we're drug addicts, and they got a slap on the wrist. The worst that the one guy got was, I think the worst guy was 160 days in jail. They didn't even get 6 months. They didn't get him out of county. If they would have got him out of Lake County and put him in Mansfield, I would have been able to touch him. But they recently tried using my checkbook because my checkbook was in there, and I don't write checks. But they wrote a whole bunch of bad checks and ended up bouncing my checking account and went through about another $20,000 there. So Fifth Third Bank won't prosecute them, and I'm going to see if I can't. Hopefully the city of Willoughby Hills will be able to pick that up. If not, everybody in Ohio that goes through Willoughby Hills, tell them what you really think of them and, protecting us cannabis people. Because I think it's bullshit that they won't prosecute them. Why not set a precedent right off the bat for thefts of medicine, cannabis? Why not set the precedent right away in your state? You steal someone's medicine, you go to jail. That's it. Treat it like a regular crime, not like, oh, well, you're not a resident of the state of Ohio anymore. You're a Michigan resident, and you only have a Michigan medical card. Yes, sir. I also have a California medical card too. And I've carried those since 2006. Ohio's a reciprocating state. They're not being charged until after you've turned medical already. I want you to charge them. What about my intellectual properties? That's why I didn't press charges in the beginning, because I knew the intellectual properties of all the seeds and genetics I made. It's too early in this game to get anything from it. 10 years down the road, it's going to be totally different, but not now. It's just tough luck. Sorry about your loss. It was pot. Don't worry about it, right? So why don't I take a little break here, and then we can come back to finishing this up. You got any questions out there, Eagle, that people have been coming? Because I noticed that watching the computer down here scroll through, and I don't get a chance to really look at it because I'm trying to think about what I'm talking about so I don't fuck up that bad.
It's pretty tough to keep up with chat sometimes. They've had a few chats or a few questions throughout the evening. but I can only go so far back. You know what I mean? Chat it will
Yeah.
only let me go back like 200 messages. I think at one
Oh
time
yeah.
there was a question if you had known Tony Sagamaria. I think it was the name that AB Normal.
Tony at
Uh,
Sagam. Mhm.
and then AB Normal also had mentioned that he had a strain for you that was equal to the cherry bomb that you were looking for. If you could, and you were welcome to a cut. If you want to put the comment back in there, AB Normal. I appreciate it. Myself, I'm glad you bring up,
Hey
buddy,
Chad.
Clio cultivation. Uh, because I've tried to get him on as of late because he's fighting the good fight as he has for a long, long time, and in Flushing they're trying to, as they always have, to pull back the right to grow there in Flushing, and
And
they're
he's
really
out there
tighten.
in Flushing, with the people. So he's just not just a grocery store owner, he's a stoner. He likes me because we're both deadheads, and he's got a little bit of respect for me because I'm a little bit older deadhead. And then he had a lot more respect when I came in, and he says, well, I'm going to be doing these grow classes. And I said, why don't you let me come in and help you? And we put on these great grow classes. So yeah, Buddy does a lot of great things out there. And when he opened up that big store and he throws his events out there, and I was out back in 19. I came back for a short period of time, and I went to one of his events. And the events that he puts out, that was coming out of his pocket in the beginning. No one was paying to set up there inside the tents. It was all free. And I understand that you have to eventually charge for it when you build it up. But I mean, shit, look at all the stuff he gives away for free. He provides you with music the whole weekend and shit like that. How many people actually still do that, man? You got to give him a lot of props. That's why I had him mentioning. I don't like to give a lot of advertisement out there, but there's some people in this community that, just could use it. Mike at Double Dog Dabs, you'll see him at the little clubs. He's a little small producer. He puts out a decent product. It's clean and it's cheap. He's not taxing you. And that's what I really like about Michigan is Michigan really doesn't tax. Everybody else tries to tax out the ass. Michigan prices are great. I tell people from Ohio, go to Michigan to get your medical cannabis. Why? Well, you're going to pay me $300 an ounce here in Ohio. You're going to pay the dispensary in Ohio almost $500 an ounce, or you can go to Michigan and get it for $250. And if you know somebody and you're hooked up, you're at $1.50, $1.25 an ounce. Especially if you hook up with a good medical person. Go up there to get your cannabis. Don't get it in Ohio.
What's up with those Ohio aids?
The 2.83 grams is what they have to sell it in, 1/10 of an ounce, not even an eighth, $45 to $65. I went
That's
to when I was
heard.
back when I went back home, I was looking at their lists and they were telling me about this. And I said, you're supposed to be medical. Why do you have 2 shitty CBD plants on your list? And that's it. Everything else is shit. And they're trying to tell me their genetics are good. And I said, good for maybe 8, 9, 10 years ago. but you've got shit. And you've got 2 strains out of 20 on here, 30 on here that have any CBDs in it. And they're just mainly CBD plants. Where's your 1-to-1s, your 2-to-1s? You know, the CBD, I strongly believe I've got a can of tonic that I smoke. It's 3.5%. And it's there in Michigan because that's the can of tonic that I brought back with me. It's 3.5% THC and about 16% CBD. And I smoke that personally. Matter of fact, I got some right here in my tray. And yeah, this is my keef box that I made because I got pissed off in the early 2000s when they were coming out with these keef boxes that were like 4 inches on the inside. I'm sorry, my keef boxes are 10 and 12 inches on the inside because my buds are a little bit bigger. And I break my buds over top of it and roll with it. And I collect all my keef right back here. This is a piece of glass right underneath there. That comes out. The screen's on top of that. I had my uncle make these up for me. These are great. And I ended up giving out more than I sold. It was supposed to be for sale, but I ended up giving out more of them to my friends than anything else. It's like anything I do that I have this idea of making money on, I seem to give out more than I sell. But that's just the type of person I am. I'd rather make somebody happy. And if I can put a smile on somebody's face by doing something nice or doing something funny and weird, especially if it's a kid, if I can make a kid laugh and smile, I just about do anything. Act like a stupid ass clown, which I am most of the time. Life can't be so serious. You gotta be fun.
Completely agree. Completely. 1000% agree.
Oh, it'd be nice to see bud again too. I haven't been able to break a piece of bud off and put in my pipe in a long time. The only thing I can get here is not in bud form. But yeah, it still comes from Michigan and Ohio. Because like I say, Thai wheat sucks. And I'm sorry, it doesn't have my CBDs in it. And I need my CBD medicine. I need my Afghani mango. I need my Chong and cheese. You know, I need my Gorilla Glue #4. That was about the only thing I was known for in Michigan, was bringing those CBD strains back that nobody wanted to grow, that I was trying to give away and was giving away. Yeah, I just kind of lost it there. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. You were talking about the CBD strains you were bringing into Michigan. You know, I'm right there with you, though. I think the CBD needs that little bit of THC, especially in the isolates and, you know, the extracts. It passes through the body. It gets used up way too quickly. With a little bit of THC there, you know, it tends to stay in the body for a bit longer and have that extra kick it needs for pain, to be honest with you. So I'm right there with you.
And see, that's my whole idea of and you don't need a lot. I figure between 3 and 4 and 5% THC is about a good amount. And what that does is, for people that aren't like myself and yourself that smoke a lot of heavy cannabis, that 3 to 4% THC is going to give them that 15-20 minutes of psycho effect that's going to allow the CBDs to start working in their body. And then they're going to get it into their mindset that, wow, this really is working. because they got a little bit of pain relief from the THC first, and then the CBDs kicked in and took the inflammation out of their joints. And they can move their hands, they can move their knees and get up and walk. And yeah, that it needs to be there for the receptors to open up. But yeah, everything I get doesn't come in bud form. It comes ground up. And, you know, it's because I want to smoke good cannabis and I want to make sure what I send gets to where it goes. Yes, it doesn't come to my house. That's fucking for sure. But, you know, just like any place, you meet certain people and they say, oh, yeah, you can send it to my house. Don't worry about it. You know, I'm in the government, your Providence. Ain't gonna check my mail.
Before I get back too far here, let's see if I can find that comment there from he AB no 428 abnormal said it was seeds from Bodie that he was talking about. He said he ran a line from Bodie called Cherry Terrace. It's very cherry bombish.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. And actually, my partner, when I talked to him the other night and said, you know, asked him exactly, you know, because he knows I've been coming on to these podcasts and things like that. And, you know, I had to ask him, I go, how far can I go? And he says, you can mention what we're doing, finally. And, you know, when he told me that, he told me, oh, yeah, hey, you got to come down to Chiang Mai, man. You know, there's this cat just moved here. He's a deadhead. I think you'd really like him. And then he tells me that he isn't just friends with Bodie. He's really tight with Bodie. And he's got Bodie's genetics here. So we're going to go down and see, but thanks for that, AB. Yeah, that's one I definitely want to try, because when I popped those cherry bomb twos and I threw them on everything. I mean, I threw it on the New York diesel, man. I turned it to sweet diesel. And if you can do that with that terpene, you can do it to anything. You'd have a cherry skunk. You can have anything if you could find the skunk again. That's another thing too. Any of you people out there watching from the UK, any of that real UK cheese from before Barney fucked his partner over. And that's why I don't buy from Barney's Farms anymore, because the guy doing his genetics was pulling out his mother plants. So Barney decided he wanted to keep his mother plants. And when the guy came over from England back to Amsterdam to harvest, Barney called the cops on him and turned him in. That's how Barney got to keep all of his genetics. So that UK cheese that originally came out of Barney's farm in like 2000, 2002, you know, that's a really good one for my pain and my conditions. It has that little bit more THC. The one that I have that I like smoking for my pain is 18.66% THC and 3.63% CBD. It's my Afghani mango. But I'm getting a problem. That's why I started going with the UK cheese, is I've been finding that my Afghanis are giving me anxiety attacks and panic attacks. And that's no good, because that's kind of what I'm smoking the pot to get rid of, instead of taking diazepam, Valium, or some other mood altering medication. But yeah, thanks for that, AB. Definitely look into that. And if I can't grab that, And by the way, people, I still have a couple gardens going in Ohio, and there's people in Michigan that will hold strains for me because, you know, we do make good friends. And if you do things for friends like us cannabis people do, especially from the Midwest, you know, I tried getting Twisted Roots to talk to me, but he really doesn't want to talk to me on something that is more secure. And I don't feel comfortable talking without a VPN and not a secured line about genetics and things like that, and sending me stuff here in Thailand and stuff like that. But you know, I wish the brother would talk to me because basically he grew up 10 minutes from where I lived in Cleveland and grew up. That was the funny thing. And back when I was working for Normal at the time too, and growing. So he was talking about coming to my town. He was buying my pot and he was buying paper that I was getting. So basically he was kind of buying from me most of the time. But, you know, I wasn't that big of a drug dealer, but, you know, I had a lot of pot. I had a lot of friends because you needed to back in the 90s and early 2000s because pot wasn't available like it is today. Damn. And yeah, me and Spartan, right here you go, Spartan buddy. We have to use a roller too. Now if we can get Red to start using a roller, maybe he can roll his joints a little bit quicker and not take him a half a show to roll one. I'm sorry about that, Eagle, that I support all Michigan podcasts that I can. And those guys are great too, just like you. You have a little bit different of a podcast, and that makes you all that much different.
Right on, right on. Yeah, it was a good thing when I helped start it, but I had to move on. So no hard feelings there.
Well, I'm glad there's no hard feelings there because I think you're doing a wonderful job. And you coming on every day, every night. It gives me something to actually look forward to here in Thailand. So here's my keep box, people. You got your, I don't know how much I really want to pull out of it. I'm not going to pull out the next one up, but as you can see, there's another little, right here is the screen, and that's encased in wood too, and that slides out. So both the glass slides out and your screen slides out. And yeah, I do have a little bit, and I don't know, you can't see too well there. But yeah, there's probably good 4 or 5 grams of keef on there. But the problem is none of it comes from Thai weed because they don't let it go long enough to actually get triclones or make your fingers sticky. It's all about the money. It doesn't get to the flowers. But one thing is nice though, when I do go smoke with people here in Thailand, I only have to give them like the last part of my joint. Because after 2 hits, 3 hits, they're stoned. I've got a really good Thai friend that, you know, if he smokes 1 or 2 hits, we have great conversation. If he comes back from work because he's got a government job and he comes back from work and being gone for 2 weeks and he sits there and takes 4 or 5 hits with me, we can't talk because his brain can't go from English to Thai to English to talk to me. And I'm still too stupid to learn Thai. It's actually been COVID's been my problem. COVID closed down a lot of the language schools and things like that. So eventually we'll learn how to speak Thai, and maybe in 10 or 15 years, we'll be able to read Thai.
It would probably make living there a little bit easier, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, a little bit. I don't even know where my mic is on this. I don't even know what this.
What's that? I can
I'm
hear
sorry, people. Okay, well, I don't want to be coughing over this because that's one of the reasons why I also moved here. Living in the great state of Ohio and Michigan and going to all those flea markets and antique shows in the early mornings out in Massachusetts and New York and Pennsylvania, I have ended up with fluid in my lungs. And it's an Appalachian disease condition, they're calling it now. And, you know, back home, it felt like an elephant was sitting on my chest most of the year. It's one of the reasons why I moved to Thailand. You say, well, there's really a lot of humidity in Thailand. It's really hot, but it's a completely different humidity than what we get in Ohio and Michigan. And for my COPD and things like that, it helps out. The only bad thing is I smoke cigarettes, and maybe someday I'll be able to grow enough pot again to be able just to smoke cannabis and get rid of cigarettes.
Since
And
you're such a big advocate of the CBD, have you ever thought about just switching over to like a hemp cigarette if you were able to get it there?
I was just about to mention that, and you know, I kind of mentioned something. If people wanted to go into the cannabis business and you want to make money, there's two ways to do it. Get your sesquiterpenes and do pre-rolls, or make fucking clones. People are always going to want clones. You hear people talking about clones all the time. Oh, I want clones. I want clones. And I'm like, well, why don't you contact me in Michigan? Because I knew you then. You knew I was making clones. You know, I was making hundreds of them a week. I was feeding people clones. I was giving out quite a few clones, especially CBDs. If you didn't have money and you wanted to try CBDs, you got them. We talked a little bit about that compassion club ran by that bunch of guys riding bikes. You know, I gave them a bunch of CBD plans to help their children to stop their seizures. Didn't ask for a dime. Why? Because when I got them from DJ, that's what I told him. I said the most I'd ever charge anybody is $5 a clone. And that $5 a clone was to cover my time, my cost of making them, and the rock wool plug that I put them in.
That's
My clones
awesome.
when I sold my regular clones there in town, there's only one clone I ever sold for more than 10 or 15 to $20. And I can honestly say I was the first one to release the Gorilla Glue 4 clones in the Flint area. Leo ended up getting a one of the cup winning clones out of the cannabis cup when he brought all those Gorilla Glues in.
He put one of them fuckers right in my gut. He put one of them things right in my gut at the end of the day, and I hadn't heard of the fucking Gorilla Glue at that time. And I looked at it all fucking from being in the sun, and it was super hot that day. Looked at it, kind of looked, yeah, it looked buggy as fuck. It probably wasn't, probably just dried out. I was like, yeah, no, thank you. Year or two down the road, I found, you know, look back at that. I was like, oh fuck, I could have had original cut. Can't kick yourself forever, right?
Yeah, well, Leo bought one of those cuts. He wasn't given it. there were two different cuts there, actually. There was the one that won the cup, and then the one that he made after that. And Leo got the one that he won the cup with. And I seen one over his house, was doing some cloning for him at his place. He says, why don't you take this home, grow it up for me, and give me back the clones from it? I said, sure. And I walked in there, and when I walked in with those clones, the GC3, he had to come over because being a felon, I couldn't be a caregiver. So I couldn't bring in that many clones into the club. So I brought them to the door and he walked them through. But shit, I got $50 a clone. That's the most I've ever charged for a clone. But I tell you what, there's strains out there today, though, that, yeah, I can easily see $5,000, $10,000. Because I lost
down
about
to
six.
GC3 so often.
Yeah, well, I stopped going there when they kind of kicked me out in 2015.
I know some other people that have been kicked out for the very same reasons, and for their heart being in the right place. It wasn't for greed or money. It was helping people out. Same thing, just meeting them in the parking lot, had them on camera, fucking out of here. And
yeah,
so
no money changing hands. It's just the number of clones that I was going through. That was the problem. And I wasn't a caregiver. Well, yeah, because to tell you the truth, most of your good pot growers aren't in the business because we do have felonies. And we should actually be the first ones that actually get offered any type of permits because we actually know how to grow. But we get locked out of the industry. Looks like that Sherlock's hitting you pretty good. Is that a little bit of piece of hash on top of there? I seen you sparking.
yes, sir, that's exactly what's in here. And the strain is a little bit of the twisted TK from each other I'm running. Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
So, do you remember? I helped. I had a good hand in starting the CRI out there in Clio, 2008. You remember that club?
2008.
Yes, sir. It was
No,
right behind
2008. I was in California.
That's when
I didn't make it to Michigan until 2011 when I moved to Durand.
The dirty Durand.
Hey, I love Durand. Durand was a nice, quiet little town.
It was a nice little town there. Didn't have much for that. The only thing I didn't really care about being in the Durand area and stuff. There was nothing there. No fast food. No fast food. Could never. It was McDonald's, Wendy's, Subway. So that's it. Those are your choices. Did they have Burger King?
No Burger King. Burger King, you had to go to Schwartz Creek.
Wasso.
Oh, Wasso. Well, yeah. That's why we all went over and seen Mom at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning over at the bar that was open all night. What was that, the Railroader?
Yeah, that was a different little town. I actually live closer to the London area. On London.
Yeah, you live farther out. Yeah,
But
my insurance agent was there in Lennon.
here's a funny fact for for you and most people. Hopefully they don't use the return address on anything I've ever sent out, because unless you've checked with me, that's completely different address. That's my old address. And it's not even my address, it's my neighbor's address from when I lived next door. He's a colonel in the military. He was a cool dude, but that's most definitely the return address I'll ever say. I still
And
talk
you
to
know
him
what?
every once in a while.
And the government knows that too. And they knowing that he's in the service, you know, that people don't think about it, but computers have gotten to the point where there's a little check mark next to his name. And you using his name for return mail on shit was perfect, because they weren't going to check an army or military person. Fuck that. You know, my name next to it's got checks and stars, and it says check every fucking piece of mail, because they got a ton of hash coming from Amsterdam back to Ohio.
Most of my mail comes with red checks. Fucking uh it's funny you mentioned too of selling the house there that was pretty much grow ready. That's pretty much the way I sold mine there as well. Is with the grow room set up above the garage area there, and it was funny because I didn't leave the timers and everything, but everything was still labeled in the fuse box there. With that, I actually fucking re-pulled the 220 wires that I had run up there as well. So there was empty slots in the box that said Veg and Bloom, where the 220 breakers were gone, that I had pulled back out of the box. And I swear, I swear driving by that place today that that system is still in use today, because I've been by there in the winter and I recognize the footprint of the garage, you know, with the snow being gone. And I think for sure that that room is still in use to this day. That's literally hilarious.
Oh, I'll guarantee that your room's still in use if there's no snow on that roof. That was
You
one
know
thing
what's even
about growing in certain parts. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to plug in. Can we take a quick second? These only have a small charge in them. I need to go get another set or a plug to
go
plug
ahead, go
my
ahead.
headphones in. Cool. I'll be back, everybody, in a minute.
Cheers, chat. How's everybody doing? Sumu, thank you for the compliment on the show. Al the Beastly, cheers to you as well. Sunrise Grow, how you doing? See some Michiganders in chat there. It's pretty cool. Uh, some of you close to the old stomping grounds there. That's even cooler there. Justin Station, of course, Smiles Gardens. What's up, G? GMO, what's up? Dirt Road Dude, grinding up some GG4. How you doing? Looking forward to my episode with you as well. 420 Abnormal. It's going to be a good one. Can't wait. Just kind of scanning through comments here. What do you guys smoking on tonight up course, I always love to know. Cheers to you, Bingus. Appreciate you, brother. Plug in the Chris. That was a good episode the other night without Midnight Fruits. Like 1978, how you doing? Smile. Can't wait to hang out. Hopefully 417. Cheers, Cass. Cheers to you. Still haven't seen no shirt pics there. Just saying. Saying. I do got some more shirts to get out at some point. The newer versions. The logo up here and of course the thing on the back there. Of course the silver. Still waiting on the black. Can't wait to get the black. Blacks are gonna be badass. Black with just the white. Black shining through. It's gonna be pretty cool. Very much looking forward to those. Oh, I've almost at this point got a show shirt for each day of the week. Digging it. Man. Ooh, fucking kazoo. That'd be some good shit. There's even some pink lady shirts I got for some of the lady viewers that are interested. Even a couple oranges, couple pinks, some silvers, some black. A little bit of something for everybody, I think. No, I didn't make them. I'm actually got a guy. I know a guy that owns a print shop, and well, I just met him, and he is been working with me about printing up some shirts and some other stuff to give away on the show. Al's Beastly.
I have to change here.
You have to change.
Yeah, Bluetooth. Uh,
These ones are actually pretty cool. To be honest with you, if you're a lady, I'll show you the pink version.
yeah,
Huh?
they're cool if you can get them to connect.
Of course, there's this version of the shirt as well. There's only one of these. Oh, let me print out some chassis. Of course, it's this version of the shirts as well. Funny. With this on the front. Well, of course, the current version, which I have on, with the emblem on the side and then on the back. And then, of course, good old yellows. The yellow. Look, this is I actually like the yellows, the original design. So I want to get this. The black ones are going to be like this. Boom. This design on the back and on the front right here, but like everything you see in black or everything will be the shirt, and then everything you see in white will be like the white on top. So, well, I think it's gonna fucking be badass. To be honest with you, I'm looking forward to the black shirts. Only nothing for sale. I should say that, by the way. No shirts are for sale. They're only for winning and giveaway purposes. Should have said that from the get. Man, I set my joint down. I lost it.
Can you hear me, Eagle?
I can hear you. How you doing?
All right. I'm gonna turn. My headphones are dead, so
You
I
don't
just
even need
turned
them.
everything
It's
off, and I'll let you continue speaking. And when you want me to come back on, I'll turn my speaker down.
oh, you can leave it just the way it is. To be honest with you, it's fine. You don't need your
Okay, I didn't
headphones.
know we were gonna get any feedback. Cool.
Zoom's pretty good at canceling that stuff out.
Yeah. Well, I got one of these Asian phones too. They're a little bit different than those US market phones. I came over to Thailand the first time and having problems with my Samsung. So I take it into the Samsung store and no one can work on it because it's an American Samsung phone. The operating and the way it's all set up is completely different than Asian phones.
Really?
And that sucked. Couldn't use my phone for 2 weeks. But if you ever come over to Asia, just buy a phone. They're so cheap here anymore. And you just buy an unlimited Wi-Fi minutes, internet minutes. You don't get any call minutes or anything like that. So it ends up costing you like $30 for a month, unlimited.
Them over there, they have like the pod phones. Isn't that what they kind of are selling over there these days? Where like if you want a new camera, you just pop out the camera, install a new camera. It's more of a phone than a dash these days over there, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and you're going to be seeing that a lot more. I tell you what, I wish I really had that. Take some of the bug pictures in some grow rooms, though.
Yeah, it makes sense to only update the shit that you
But
need to update.
well, I don't know how it is back in the States, but Google just did an update here about a week ago. And I actually missed out on some freeborn genetics because Jackson did a drop on Dagalove. And I went to order the seeds, and here's fucking watching the podcast on my computer through the Wi-Fi through the house, and I'm trying to order the seeds on my phone because that's where all my credit cards are at, and it's like my phone won't work. I go to press and open up Daga and I go to order the seeds. It lets me do that. I go to press one button and it takes me back to the main menu, and it kept on doing that for like 3 days. No matter how many times I shut off my phone and turned it back on, man, I'm pissed off. I missed those seeds. There was a 30-pack drop and that was it. So what's that beautiful lady behind you, by the way? I've been looking at her all night. She looks like she's ready to go up against that heavy bag.
That is a 6-shooter back there. Tall girl. She still needs to be pulled down, a little bit overgrown, and then I've got just that big old girl behind me there. That is a citrus shooter as well. That, that girl's 4 foot from a little over 4 foot from tip to tip. And there's a few others. It's got some biggest blue mile back there, some Xmas, pine tar. There's a pine tar back there. Some Tiger King. Some Tiger King back there. Some Fort Jefferson. Some Primal
See, that's how
Force.
everybody's garden should look, though. The spice of life, a little bit of everything. That's why people enjoyed me so much, is because, you know, fuck, you know, if I have 30, 40 strains, I'm going to be running all of them.
I just run them in phases, kind of like you were talking about how you produce your clones there. You know, you don't have all your ladies out at once. You're only pulling out, 4 to 6 at a time, and staggers. Just like you said, the flower that my patients get from me this month, they're not going to get for another 2 months, basically. You know what I mean? Next month, something completely different. And if you liked what you got this month, well, you better pick up an extra couple, because next month's gonna be different, but it'll be back. It'll be back. Don't cry. It'll be back. That's what
It's
I
just
always
going to take
tell them.
time.
I told somebody that today about sangria and shit. Man, I really like that sangria, man. It was really good, really smooth, man. It hit hard. I love that shit. I was like, it's gone. What? You should have said something. I don't cry. It'll be back. There's more good stuff. Try this smash cake. You'll find it to be just as good. Here you go. But yeah, that's the way it works, man. It's all in rotation, man. I can't smoke the same shit for too long. Fuck it. There's
The thing
6 or
I
7
liked about growing a different
smokable
strain
now.
was the fact that, you know, you got to learn all the different growing characteristics of all these different plants. And that's one thing I'm really excited about, is I'm going to be able to take, you know, these really nice hemp strains with CBDs in them, and see what plants, you know, take up, you know, more nitrogen, everything like that. I'll be able to run all the runoff water through the university. So I'll be able to further my studies that way with these CBD strains. But like I say, I'm pulling the CBD strains out of our smokable cannabis, so I've got to go pheno hunt, because I am looking for those like the Cannatonic that show up with a couple percent THC in them. And Rajabad University here, their grow, they pulled the Cannatonic. You can tell that they're really after all the CBDs. They let the students pick the plants, and they all picked all the highest of the THC Cannatonics, none of the high CBD ones.
So as you're growing out a strain or a cultivar, uh, is there some telltale signs that you look for in a high CBD strain without, having taken it and
Really, it's just that the plant's exactly the same. You really don't know until you go to smoke it or you test it out. You know, these are just, it's a pheno. It's just a pheno that we find in our smokable cannabis. It looks and it smells. That's why we called it pretendicine on the lot and dead lot, is because in broad daylight, it looks beautiful. It smells beautiful, but you don't know until you go to smoke it, and there's no high. It's just CBD. There's, the trichlomes don't turn tie-dye colors or anything like that. There's just in testing. So you don't know until you run them through, and that's why I'm happy to be where I'm at and being able to do the research and development is because majority of the plants I'm going to run out are going to have THC in them, but there's going to be that one out of that group that's going to have CBDs, and that's what we're going to use, or that's what I'm going to use. But the whole plan really is to get a collective, and you hear Bodie talking about it, Green Bodie, who you had on yesterday. That was an awesome show, and thank you so much for coming on. You talked, and I kind of brought this up, and this is where us Westerners get looked at differently here in Thailand, especially me and the gentleman that I'm going to be doing stuff with, Brian Duran. We're more for the medical side. We're not in it for the money. We're going to be doing a lot of work for free, but we know eventually we're going to get paid for the work that we do, and the consulting work that we do on the side will get us through. This is Thailand. You don't need to make a lot of money to actually, or I don't, to live a happy and decent lifestyle. $1,000 a month is perfect, and that pays for my house, that pays for my electric, that pays for my car insurance, my bike insurance. That's the car and bike. That's actually the most dangerous thing in Thailand. There's between 47 and 62, 63 road deaths per day. That's not the people going to the hospital or people that die at the hospital. That's people that die on the roads here in Thailand. And that's only 70 million people. Driving here is stupid. I thought people back in Southern Ohio were starting to be born without common sense. Well, I guess it's a worldwide thing too. So that's a nice little picture, Bud.
Yeah, that's actually my profile picture there that I use for everything there. That's actually a shot of the 9-pound hammer that I grew out when I first grew it. And I noticed when I took that trichome shot, it had that nice little skull looking feature there. It looks like there's a skull looking back at in the picture there. So I've always used that for my profile picture and everything. In fact, if you don't see that somewhere in my profile, it's almost a fake account. It's got to be a fake account. So I use that on everything.
So I guess I'll use this chance, since that skull looks awful like that shirt. Is there any way to get one of those shirts?
Now you're trying to add some merit to the gift basket fucking legend that seems to be growing there. But as of so far, the only way to get the shirts there has been to win them, basically win them. But let's see if we could try to get one over there to Thailand. It can't be that bad. I know it's a customs report. I actually tried to fucking sneak some out. I got a couple of shirts. I got GMO shirts and a couple other people's. I got something to John I gotta send out to, and they're like, yeah, you got to fill out a customs report, and you have to use a bigger package. And I went back home and I went, yeah, if I'm gonna go. If I gotta use a bigger box, I might as well put more shit in it. So I'm gonna
Now, if
beef up
anybody
GMO's
wants to send me
box.
anything, I've got an Ohio address or a Michigan address, and I get a box shipped over about every month and a half, 2 months. Because of that, having to fill out that form and having to use a bigger package to send the item in, you might as well wait and get a whole bunch of items together and then ship them at one time. Because it's like $70 to ship a box over here.
It's 40, I think. Yeah, it's more than that. Yeah. But yeah, you give me a Michigan address, you consider that shit good as done. Michigan, Ohio address, done. Done.
Yeah,
Done, son.
I'm still Ohio, Michigan, but go Buckeyes. But my heart is still in Michigan too. I'm just not one way or the other. There's a lot of good, decent people back in Ohio and Michigan. And, coming over here to Thailand, that just shows me because, like I was saying, they look at me and Ryan like we're crazy because we're willing to set up a collective for the farmers here because we know that this was all done to try to get the people to calm down and give them a different way to make money than a rice field. And the way it's been done, the only way the farmers are actually going to be able to do it is if we can get them together in a co-op or a collective, and we've decided to go the collective route. That way, the small farmer can actually grow CBD hemp and get paid by the government for it. Because all the CBDs that are grown here in Thailand are all sold back to the Thai government. And that's what goes to feed the Thai medical program. Except the only problem that I've found here is I'm one of those overqualified, undereducated people. So I don't get taken very seriously here. Even though I have grown 30 plus gardens in a row, harvests in a row, on a monthly basis. I don't know shit about growing cannabis in Thailand, it seems, if you talk to any of the university professors and people like that. It's only the businessmen that realize that, hey, wait a second, maybe what you're saying is what I need to follow, because I've had 2 harvests and I haven't gotten shit off of them in return so far. But you're telling me you would do this totally different. The other day it was brought up that someone wanted to do a CBD garden indoor, and they asked us, well, we've got the equivalent of a 200,000 square feet indoors. And they said, how many seeds do you need? And it was like, what do you mean, how many seeds do we need? Well, yeah, do we need to get 10,000, 100,000 seeds? And it was like, who told you you needed the seeds and start that way? Well, my advisors. Well, your advisors are totally wrong because you want a uniform crop. And the only way to do that is to use plants that are basically the same height and just make clones from those. You can't use seed. You're going to have plants all different heights in there. But it's only the businessmen that will listen to us. The universities don't want to really listen to us. because I tried when I came here. I tried for free. I even tried to give them my CBD strains that I have with me. Because, yeah, I counted them up last night. I've got 32 strains with me. Not all CBDs. You know, I actually have one here that after talking with Twisted the other day, because there is some CBDs in one of the 8 different phenos of the lemon G that I have. So I'm actually, in 2014, we backed up a garden in Athens. They'd probably get pissed off from me saying that. But it was backed up and they took a Quirkle and crossed everything with it. Because right now I can't get that lemon G, that clone back, that or the star pheno of Death Star that was kept, that no one else kept. And then this is a Death Star that I can't smoke after 8 p.m. because it's like doing a line of coke for me. But they wanted to see if the Quirkle would give their plants any of that purple, because you have to remember this was like 2014 when purple was still big, and it's now come back into favor again, I see. But they were only crossed one time, so they were only F1s made. So I'm going to take it a step farther here in Thailand and make the F2s up. And we're going to let those out in Michigan. I think maybe we'll just start passing them out for free in the beginning, before anybody does any type of work with them. Because I've heard about the different phenotypes that have come out of it, and there's 8 of them. And the ones you people want, it's going to be a little mutant. And the lemon G that comes from Ohio, I call it Lemon Pledge. I literally have a separate jar for it. I literally have a separate pipe for it at my house. All my friends love it. After the 20-some years of growing it and smoking it, they all love it. I can't stand it. I can't even stand smoking out of a pipe that it's been smoked out of. The lemon is that strong on it. It's literally like taking Lemon Pledge and spraying it in your mouth. I brought it to Thailand because I want to pull the terpene out of it, just for that. But there's 8 different phenos there. There's 4 on the Quirkle side and 4 on the lemon G. Now, don't ask me if there's really even any G13 in the lemon G. Don't know. My opinion is it's just a skunk pheno, really. And it produced, the reason why it's been around for 20 years is because of the flavor and because it puts on weight. And that's what seems to be the thing. Can it put on weight? It stays in the garden. If it doesn't, it gets killed. My friends came across some tangerine cookies and they grew it out. Doesn't put enough weight on, but it's got the sesquiterpenes in it. And I'm telling my other friend, well, keep it for your garden, or give it to my other friend that's 20 minutes away from you and let them keep it, because those are the ones you're going to want. Because when everything goes recreational and everybody that isn't a connoisseur of cannabis is going to want that cannabis that tastes like that berry or that fruit all the way through, just not that first hit. They want to enjoy it all the way through that joint.
I definitely agree with that. everybody likes. Them are the best joints when you can actually sit there and stare at. You hit it, and kind of look at it. And delicious, delicious right there. I caught a cat doing it down the highway the other day. Not that I probably haven't done it. I look over and he's just like, I was like, man, I was almost jealous, to be honest with you. I was like, damn, that must be a good one.
And you're looking over at him like, hey, man, if you're looking at it that way, can I hit it? I actually met my first grower in Cleveland after joining Normal. Driving down the freeway, I bust him smoking a bowl because I'm driving up in my truck and he's down in his car. And I held up my bowl too because I was puffing and we were both going downtown. It was early on a Saturday morning in Cleveland. And I busted him smoking a bowl, man. So I held up my glass and he held up his and kind of pulled over the side of the freeway. This was like 1995, right after I joined Normal. Everything just clicked.
Normal had fucking had done a lot here in Michigan. I actually got in some trouble, a little bit of trouble while I was in the drain area there. Headed out to Owasso and got pulled over by a state trooper in Shiawassee County. They threatened to take away my right to grow. And they actually I know a few state cops, some higher up state cops that I actually had done some work for, but they had realized that my cannabis history or whatever. So I had to buck up and be like, all right, hey man, I got pulled over. This is what happened. He was like, shit, for weed? I was like, yeah. He's like, nobody gives a shit about weed anymore. He said, let me describe what happened because it wasn't like the day of. It was a few days later, and so he said, let me describe the situation for you. He's like, let me guess, a young buck, holiday, later in the evening. And I was like, yup. He's like, yeah, it's something to prove. Want to give you a hard time and shit. But nevertheless, Shiawassee County didn't want to give that shit up. And I was warned about Shiawassee County as well, getting caught up in their probation system, them wanting to check your social media and police you for fucking up like that and shit. And it looked like trouble after trouble after trouble. And I wasn't buying it. His advice was, just get a court-appointed attorney. They don't give two shits about it. Blah blah blah. And I tried that route. The court-appointed attorney was like, yeah, who cares? Plead guilty. Get your probation. And I was like, nah, that shit ain't happening. So I actually went down and talked to Matt Abel down there in Detroit in the radio station. And that was his first question for me. You remember Normal? No, should be. And I'm still advocate for it, you should be. And but man, he was awesome, man. I sat there, he gave me 3 hours of his time. I sat down there and fucking talked to him and discussed what was going on. And he gave me such great advice. He gave me, cases that were before the court, pertaining to my situation, the cases that had been decided on. He gave me like a strategy, you know what I mean? Go to the state police depots, pull the video, pull the audio, pull this, do this, do this. Tell your court appointed attorney, do this, do that, or you're calling me in, basically. And I left there with like a stack like this. shit. And like I said, an itinerary, what to do. And he charged me
Yeah.
$300, and it was worth every fucking penny of it. And I went down and I started with the agenda. Bam, bam, bam. I started fucking, right to T. Do this. I want this. I want this. And they were like, she started getting busy about it, the attorney. Like, you're gonna tell me what to do? And in fact, I actually said exactly what he told me to say too. It's like, man, if you're not gonna do this, I'm just gonna fucking, I'm calling in Matt Abel, and he's coming up here. And man, they actually that just the name drop was like, holy shit! No, we don't want this kind of trouble. We don't want this dragged out public trouble. And they fucking dropped off bullshit. They worked with me and started doing exactly what was in the itinerary there. They ended up getting it all taken down to no proof of insurance, which was bullshit because I had insurance. I had insurance once they found my cannabis and seen my medical card. They didn't give two shits to see the insurance. Actually held it up, and he was already walking towards the vehicle with the tickets and was like, "Fuck it, uh, show it to the judge." And he throws in the tickets and gives me a big spiel about carrying cannabis and this and that and how dangerous it was. Uh, yeah, it was fucked, but it ended up working out pretty good just because of that name drop.
Well, in at the normal chapter, we had an attorney on retainer for our members. And I kind of look at it, and people ask me here in Thailand, why'd you go get medical? Because I can smoke out on the street here. Where I live is like Mayberry. You don't see a cop after night unless one's called, because there's nothing going on around here. It's a sleepy big city. It's great. It's kind of like living in Northern California. Exactly. But the normal chapter, and like going to get your medical card. If you're a pot smoker, why aren't you going to go spend $100 a year to get a medical card, which is basically your get out of jail free card? Well, the normal chapter was $15. We gave you a normal t-shirt, and then we have the defense fund set up for you because you're a normal member. On the back of your membership card is a lawyer that we already have on retainer. So, that $15, that free shirt, and that card that also tells you exactly what to say to the cop, exactly nothing, and a phone number. Those are your get out of jail free cards. That's why I have a medical license permit here in Thailand. I went and spent the money. And to tell you the truth, it's just like Michigan, $60. It's $60 a year, US, to get a medical type permit here in Thailand. But you can come over with your medical card from Michigan. You can fly with your medicine all over Thailand. You can buy your medicine here in Thailand too. And they're talking about allowing us to bring back a 60-day supply when we come back from the United States. So that'd be really nice to fly back home from home with some nice flour, because I don't get to see nice done flour here. It's all immature. It's always early, at least a month early.
I did appreciate your harvest advice there in the beginning. I'm probably right there around 20-25% amber myself. That's about what I want to see. I don't even bother to take out the scope anymore, to be honest with you. I just know when she's done. And basically, to me, when I look at that, it isn't so much even about the trichomes. It's more about how the hairs look. You know what I mean? If they're still straight out white, straight out, still pointing for that light, she's still got time. She's still got time. She's still got a lot of time. When them hairs actually start folding in like that, start turning their colors, you know, that you're starting to get a little bit closer. I actually like to see her, ripen right out in the pot on the plant. You know what I mean? Versus pulling early, like you said, and fucking for what man peak flavor. I don't know. I'd rather have the medical effect and the firmer bud myself.
See, that's another thing that I get to do here is, know, uh, certain strains, when I was doing test gardens for people, I would take a clone of each plant, each female, and I'd run her through the complete cycle, but I would alter, I'd run 3 or 4 clones of her. And it's like, okay, this is the one from seed. This is how she grows from clone. And then those clones, I would harvest at different times. I take one early and then I take them later. If I took an Afghani early, I found out it gave me anxiety and panic attacks. And that was taken at like day 48, 50, because the Afghani one from Sensi Seek that I had was done between 58 and 62 days. I normally took it around day 60. And that's that, that gives you at the end of 2 days in darkness between 20 and 30% amber trichomes, but now I get to take it and let it go 75 days and see what the effects are and what else shows up in that plant and see if it's a more sedative plant once it gets to that point, because it does have quite a bit of amount of CBD in it. So I'm hoping that, it's going to be a nice mixture, because I'd hate to lose the plant after it being my medicine for 18 years. But yeah, I like the idea of taking plants at different times to see what type of different effects the plant's going to give you. What type of terpene profile is going to be stronger. So I agree with you right there on that, Eagle. And I think we all should try it. Who knows? You may end up liking your favorite bud even more if you let it go an extra week or take it a week earlier. And it's only through shows like yours that we'll be able to find out, because now instead of going to a music festival or a show and talking to a small group of growers, we have this thing called the internet, and between 4 or 5 shows, you get all these experts that are out there today that know a shit ton more than I do. Like I said, watching your show and all this, it's like, okay, yeah, I'll admit it, I'm a salt grower. I'm not organic. I'm learning about it. So when people talk organics to me, I'm like, okay, you just lost me, sorry. So you guys fooling around with dirt out there and all these microbes and all this, I'm learning about it now. And because that's what I'm going to have to do here. It's the only way we can do it here, where we can pass this knowledge on to the farmers and they can do it for a low cost and actually make money off of a crop instead of losing money. So, you know, my hat's off to you, because all this is like, I think I need a week off. Maybe I've just been cramming too much, because that's a lot of information. Smiley drops a lot of information down too.
Oh, Smiley's a smart dude for sure, for sure. And I've definitely went through
Smart
my phases in
too.
the growth phases for sure. But you know, as far as organics, I'm right there with you. You know, I kind of relate to what you've said tonight about yeah, as far as like terminology and all that. You know, I'm right there with you. I've always done what I felt was right. You know, to get in and know all the correct terms on what's going on in the soil and everything. Just I said this, you know, Smiley the other day, and it was like, it has, you know, for me to properly want to learn it, I have to have a complete interest in it. And up until lately, I haven't had a complete interest in it. To me, up until lately, fucking organics has been a lot like fucking trying to watch golf. You know what I mean? It's just so monotone, and fuck this. I got shit to do. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stick to what I'm doing. But it hasn't been until, you know, last while that I've had the interest come back with the organics and the deeper dive of it all. You know, it's not so much like fucking watching golf. You know what I mean? I have a genuine interest in it. But then with that being said, too, you know what I mean? It has to be presented in a passionate way, which a lot of people, good people like Smiley and a lot of other folks presented it as. There's still a lot of the same information out there that is just like it was. You know what I mean? Very like seminar related. You know what I mean? Take your pencils out. Today we'll be discussing potassium and the many levels of uptake. You know what I mean? When it comes to like that, just kind of like classroom monotone, it's like, if I'm gonna watch like an hour of that, I'm I'm done. I'm done for the day, or you know, it gets to me really quick. But if it's in a good conversation that's being well presented, you've got me. But you know, it's a growing interest, to be honest with you. It's a growing interest.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, I'm a salts person, basically because all I had to deal with was producing clones. You produce clones, you give clones to people, and you don't have to worry about flowering out anything except the stuff that you want to seed. And that allowed me to do all that. And until what happened in Illinois, there's no telling what could have happened in Michigan if I would have made to Michigan with all those seeds. I think I'd probably still be in Michigan.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
No,
actually,
that's
I do.
definitely good community building here in Michigan. That's for sure.
Well, I just think it would have been the right thing with all those genetics that I did have, that I worked F1 and F2, and I spent basically the first 13, 14 years building these F1s and F2s to that final hunt at the end of my life. And that's where I'm at, because me and you are the same age, Eagle. You
Yeah.
know,
Nice.
and I kind of, with my accident, I feel this is the me moving to Thailand was the move of the last final phase of my life. So it's time to paint the masterpiece is what I was putting it all into. And this is when I was going to have my big pheno hunts.
I hope your dream comes true, my friend.
Well, we're going to see, you know, if these contracts that the government give out are 1 year by 1 year. But, you know, like I said, I'm a very simple person. I live on very simple money here because Ohio workers' comp didn't pay me shit for my injuries. You know, so like I said, I live on very little here. And if all the other things can go, you know, we don't get another permit, but I still am involved with the Farmers Collective, and I'm out there in the fields with the farmers and helping them get their crops in and I can do classes, things like that. You know, there are so many things here in Thailand that a person with a more knowledgeable experience in cannabis, you know, you can be very helpful. But, you know, you also have to understand you're not going to make a lot of money. Thailand is not a place to get rich. Getting paid Western money is hard. You have to know your shit. You know, I'm just lucky enough that I have done larger scale clones. And that's basically what I'm going to be in charge of, is a big nursery. Except if I get too many ride, then I've got to actually finish them out. And that was actually brought up at GC3. They said, you know, Rob, for the past 3 years, we've been watching you bring in all these goddamn fucking clones, but we never see you with any bud and no flower. And I said, yeah, because you guys produce it all for me. Why do I need to grow it and finish it? I start it, you guys finish it. That's how it works, right? So I got a hold of a cantaloupe kush. It's on my Instagram. And I told my friend, I said, listen, I don't want to know what it is. Just give me a clone of it and I'm going to grow it out. And this way I'll give it to you and you can give it out at the club and smoke it with all the vendors and everybody. So I ended up growing it out, gave it to him. He smoked it with a few of the vendors, and then I came in, and then he said, oh, by the way, that was Rob's bud here, you know. It's the bud that's on my Instagram, and I'll have to post it up a few other places. But I grew it in the coldest year of Michigan, winter. That winter, we had all those days below zero in the back room of my house, literally my laundry room. So you come through the back door, you pass through the little entrance way, and then you go past that. So you were going right past these plants, and it turned purple and maroon colors. And I thought I did a pretty good job of it, and everybody else did. And ever since then, they never questioned me flowering. So, yeah, I'd rather play around with genetics and give out all these other genetics to people to grow and flower out and see what they can do with them. I know what I can do with them. But, you know, I want to see what other people can do with them. because I think everybody can. I also think you can take a plant and over the years, because this kind of comes up with the different types of cushions that this goes to all this brand new information I've been learning with the internet here. You know, the same person can have a strain in Ohio, like an Afghani one, or let's use a Northern Lights #5, because things can come out of that one, or the NL1. If you do it on the West Coast, it's going to be different than if you do it in Michigan, than if you do it in Massachusetts. It'd be the same plant. It can come from the same mother plant, but over a period of time on the East Coast, West Coast, and in Michigan, that plant can turn into 3 different types of plants almost. Yeah, I'm a little bit stoned, people. So I hope my internet is okay and everything here. You can hear me and everything's been fine.
Are you there? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Damn.
I can hear you. I can hear you just fine. Oh. Take a
Can't
look.
hear nothing.
Say
Bear
that
with
real
me.
quick. So I hope if we're still alive, everybody out there in chat, I hope you're enjoying this. I am. This is the first time I've got to actually speak on. We still dead?
This is stupid.
There's a lot of lag difference.
I can't hear nothing right now.
You can't hear me, Eagle?
I'm sorry, Captain 420, if you can hear me.
That's all right.
I can't hear
Maybe
nothing.
I should disconnect and come back. I see full bars on this end.
My headphones went dead and I can't hear shit now. I'm trying to see if these ones are connected.
Hello. Did we
Yeah,
connect
it's not
again?
you, Captain.
All right. Thailand's all fiber optic, and my cables, my internet's been fucked up lately because I run a VPN. Because without a VPN, I can't do a lot of the stuff I want to see.
I
Can't
can't
watch
hear
American
anything
TV.
coming out of my
Fuck.
computer right now. It's all me, Jason. The only thing I can do is restart the computer. The only way to do that.
All right, Eagle. Peace.
Sorry, everybody, if you can hear me. Hopefully these things will connect. I got sound now.
Am I back?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, my fucking headphones died there, and I couldn't hear shit. Couldn't hear shit, man. I wasn't playing out of the system speakers. I tried to hook it up through the Bluetooth speaker, and shut off all my other ones and got out my other headphones. Luckily, they connected. What's the deal? We both now I think about that shit. It's kind of funny. We both had headphone issues tonight.
Well, I can tell you why. I've talked too long, and those are a cheap ass pair because my cat ate through another set of my headphones. But I've got one of these new Galaxy phones, and there's no independent headphone jack anymore in them. It's actually the one that plugs into the bottom of the phone, and I don't actually have a splitter because I'm not too technically literate, let's put it that way. No. When I went to high school, we only needed one computer class to graduate high school. So I haven't stayed up on it that much, and I stopped basically a lot of the going on forums and stuff like that in 2004 with Overgrow.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta stop you right there. You've already done pointed out we're the same age. Now you almost make it sound like we're ancient there, Chief. We may have had that one computer class, but I think I'm doing all right.
Hey, it took my friend 30 minutes to help me set up this Zoom account when I had to do my first Zoom meeting with Bangkok. It took him 30 minutes to help me set this up, and we were able to connect and everything within a blink of an eye almost. The only problem is I didn't know how to turn my camera around. So we got it working, and hey, it didn't take 30 minutes. You know, some people are much more advanced. You have what, 360, how many shows?
Oh, altogether there's like 1,000. We all in all with all of them. It's close to 1,000 with the stuff I've uploaded, and this. You got to figure for almost every spotlight, there's a corresponding worm or rabbit hole that goes with it. Because not everybody goes the full distance. We're going the full distance, it looks like tonight, but not everybody goes the full distance. So there's almost always a corresponding rabbit or wormhole. So you times that by 2, minimum. Now you're already pushing 700 some episodes. It's a lot. It's a lot.
You know, this is all new to me. This is the first time on any type of podcast, anything going across the internet like this live, and especially
You did a
doing
good job.
something international.
You did a
But,
great
you know,
job. I'm glad to have
I,
you, man. I'm glad that I was your. I'm glad that I was the first.
yeah,
To be
you
honest
were
with
my
you.
first. I bought my cherry with Eagle.
That's full.
But I tell you what, I've spoken to a couple 100,000 people at least. Very easy. Very easy. I hope I've stoned that many too. I tried.
I hope so. Yeah, I love my cannabis journey, and it sounds like yours has been pretty damn amazing right there. I can't believe that we're so close, for so many years that we never really come, because I've been in GC3 quite a bit, man. I sold seeds in there through the years. I've had spent my time at Vehicle City in there. I've spent my time in the cannabis community for sure, Genesee County, Shiawassee County for sure. Before I moved up this way, and but I guess most of that up until like the 2008 era, uh, I didn't say much. Like you, man, you just didn't talk about the grow back then. You just dealt with a few trusted folks, and that was it. That was it. It wasn't until the medical scene here in Michigan that it became slightly okay to reach out and talk to somebody. And even at then, it was usually kind of when you pass somebody and you heard the clink of the jars, you kind of went, backpack guy, I know what you're doing. This bum, let's talk sometime. What's up? What do you got? But yeah, it's way better days these days. I love being able to talk about cannabis with people openly. Hell, I have a lot of cannabis conversations right in Walmart these days. Right in right when you walk in, just past that gate and shit. Just as open as like I'm just talking about the garden, the tomatoes and shit that I'm standing next to. Yeah, just
That's the way I felt in Michigan too. You know, very open about talking. And that, you know, that was 3, 4 years ago now. You know, Michigan and Ohio are two very laid back places, completely different than California and Colorado, you know, and they need to come to Michigan and Ohio and taste our cannabis and see what they think. Because I think Michigan and Ohio have some really good growers. And, you know, people on the West Coast, they say stuff about, you know, Ohio and Michigan, but your seed companies keep on saying the seeds to run tests on. I know Bodie does what, about 3 or 4 people in Michigan for testers. So, you know, there must be some good people, good growers in Michigan for that to happen. And then look, you know, he did have DJ come from Michigan, and then Subcool. So, you know, we did get some people out there in the public.
oh shit. Michigan's got tons of fires, tons of great growers. Shit, I think right now, and I'm gonna just go ahead and fucking say it. Say what they want. Everybody's entitled with their own opinion, right? I
I
think
think
we're like, as far as cultivation, I think we're like barely second to California. If the only they have the outdoor advantage. That's it. That's it. You know what I mean? If we had that environment, I think would be on par as well. But for what we're dealt with, the indoor scene, shit, we'll put our Michigan indoor against Michigan or Cali indoor any day. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
think the only fight there is outdoor to outdoor.
yeah. We're quite equal back in the Midwest. And, like you said, when you get up into Michigan, you get that colder weather, yeah, the outdoor kind of hurts. But then, you look at Southern Ohio and how many more days above 100 they have during the summer, how much longer during October does it stay warm, but that happens in California when you drive that distance too.
That's a long
But
way to drive.
yeah, there's a lot of good growers in Ohio and Michigan though, and a lot of good people on the medical scene. That's what I enjoyed the most about it. I came into Normal and I volunteered, and it wasn't until the last year or so that I actually was getting paid, because we were actually doing that well. Uh, every other, no, basically the time that I worked there until the time I had to move to California, we set up another Cleveland satellite chapter. Uh, but, it was just a really great time. Yeah. So I did a lot of great things, but there's one person I'd really like to say is John Hartman, who was the president of our chapter. He fought for cannabis, and to the day he died, he got refused his transplant because of THC in the system, because he'd have to go through dialysis and he'd eat a brownie when he'd go in for dialysis. And, I was able to take care of the public and answer the phones and answer the questions that were coming in, whether they be drug testing questions, whether they be legal right questions, whether they be grow questions, because we could openly talk about cannabis. So I openly talked about growing cannabis with people that were coming in and would ask. And I would just try to give them as much knowledge as I could and point them towards our books that we carried. And we tried to educate the community and get them to understand that, yes, there is a medical need, and there is a store that you can actually go into and talk to people about cannabis. And we're just not the stupid ass stoners. We're actually intelligent people and nice people. We never had a problem at the chapter. Never had a problem with the police or the city in any way. And we actually gave out quite a bit, especially back to national Normal. Our largest music festival, we hit just over 4,000 people, and this was like 1998. This is a Normal music festival in the middle of Ohio. Little Normal chapter puts this on, and these bands come and play, and they were playing for us for basically gas money and admission to the show. We had signs on buses in Cleveland. We did things all over. If you went to Hash Bash between 95 and 2000 and some, that was the Cleveland chapter, the North Coast Normal chapter set up there, giving away the marijuana news. I was back in Cleveland because someone had to keep the store open. We went to Massachusetts and Boston to that rally every year. We went to Washington, D.C. And, you know, the chapter picked up the car in the Knights Hotel for the group of 12 of us that went. But it was because we did all of this activism and we were out and we were doing good. You know, we got up to a 46-page newsletter. I thought that was really amazing. And 4,300 members for Ohio. But it couldn't have been possible without John, because he did everything on the legal end. And he was going down to Columbus every month. And he's the one that told Peter Lewis to back California, because Ohio was going to be too blue of a state down south and would never carry medical cannabis. Because in 96, Peter Lewis wanted to have medical cannabis on the state of Ohio's bill to go through. He told him, take his money to California, help them pass it. They have a better chance in Ohio. And you've seen how Ohio's medical turned out, talking about screwing the pooch on that one. I'm very vocal about it, and I was very vocal about it when I was back in Ohio. I don't give a shit. I wouldn't have stood for that law. We need something like Michigan. Michigan did it right. There was a state out west, too, that actually had medical this year besides recreational. You know, you need to have a differentiation between a recreational user and somebody that maybe doesn't work because of their disability. And cannabis helps them actually have a little bit of a life, like it gave me. It gave me a little bit of a life. You know, people say, oh, you look fine, but then you tell them what I went through, my accident. You tell them how much my body has been put back together again. You know, how much of it is still all fucked up. And, you know, cannabis allows me to distance my mind and body, because it's the nerve pain, and the pain is all the time. And here in Thailand, there is no Western med. I can get fentanyl, but I have to go to the hospital and get admitted for the night to get a night's sleep. And I ain't going to do that. So we just rely on cannabis and some microdosing. I know I haven't touched on that much here. That could be a whole new subject. There we go. We'll save that one for the rabbit hole, because there is a rabbit hole on that one, because 5 and 10 strips are fun.
They are. It's funny, they kind of bond between two guests again.
If you can get it
Nice.
down to like a 30 microgram dose 2 times a day, it works pretty good for pain for a while. And then you just have to increase it a little bit. But remember, people, everything in moderation. You take it little steps at a time and know what you need, just like when you're giving it to a patient. You start them off with a little bit, because grandma loved her 5 milligram candies, and we'd sit there and eat them like pieces of candy. Well, they were candy, but we would eat them nonstop before we would feel anything. But she'd eat one or two, get 5, 10 milligrams, and she was fine.
Oh, man, some good times back there, man. But again, I'm not suggesting that stuff to anybody. That was fun for me. Definitely some good times. Definitely.
Actually, people, when I came to Thailand, I went to a friend, my only friend here in Thailand at the time. He's into music and he produces music down Bangkok and puts on shows. He also does a digital detox yoga retreat weekend. And I said, hey, listen, my body's not going to let me do all that yoga shit, but you're going to go out to the park in this resort, which is a really nice, safe, quiet place, right? Oh, yeah, everything really safe there, you know. It's going to be on this guy's property, this and that. And I was like, okay, I want to go to your digital detox retreat. He says, you know, no phones or computers. I said, well, I'm sorry, my music's on digital, so I'm going to keep my music. I just won't get on, you know, any Facebook or anything like that. I'll get on YouTube for music. But, you know, let me come join you guys. It's going to be a nice, safe weekend. And I came to Thailand, and while they were doing all their yoga and everything that I couldn't participate in, I took a large amount of paper, and I wanted to see if Thailand would welcome me, or was like, have a really bad trip. And if I had a really bad trip, I was going to come home. But I ended up having a wonderful time. And it was like, okay, yeah, if I can do this here and feel this good, then I'm all right with Thailand.
It had to be different to, you know, travel over to a new country like that and not know the language, you know, that well. It'd be somewhat of a scary experience. And then, you know, cannabis not being so friendly right off the
Friendly.
bat, man. Yeah, it had to be rough.
Yeah. You know, they talk about cannabis being really bad, but Cambodia, there's a couple streets I know in Cambodia that I can sit right out on the street and smoke a joint and not worry about it. Cambodia, cannabis isn't a big thing. They got a tired ass skunk there from the 80s, though. No flavor left in it, very little high, but it's better than nothing.
Gotta have something. Gotta have something, right?
Well, actually, I've met a couple people, and I met this American, and he's got really good hash and he's got really good bud. It seems like a lot of the people that are from like Denmark, Sweden, they come here to Asia to like retire. I've met some interesting characters here in Thailand. That's definitely for sure. There's been some really good stories told around the bar stools at night. And most of them, they're the much older generation because they refer to everything as skunk. Everything to them is skunk. So, you know, they were growing and dealing in the 70s and 80s.
He makes things very confusing, I would think.
Pardon me?
Seems like it would make things very confusing during a conversation, canvas conversation over there, with everything referred to as skunk.
Oh, I
4:15,
appreciate
5 minutes.
this. I think that's about all I have for the evening here.
Well, sir, well, not quite, not quite. You're almost through, though. Almost through. By the time we get through with the two things here, we'll officially walked it through that 420 hour, completing the whole episode, my friend.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know it was 420.
Close, very close. So, first and
I'll stick around.
my friend, I'm sure you picked up on this by now, but since you've done the spotlight, uh, the Zoom number is the same, my friend. The invitation is now open for you. If anytime you want to jump into one of the wormholes and hang out and talk cannabis or whatever we're talking about at the time, you more than welcome to pop on. Please, I've had a good conversation tonight. I've enjoyed your story. It's been an amazing story, man. You have a hell of a cannabis journey, by the way. And again, congrats for putting in a lot of the work that's paved the way for a lot of people like myself and others to have the right today to be able to grow cannabis. Normal help pave the way for a lot of people, help keep a lot of people out of jail. So I appreciate your work with that you've done with that. Not to mention all the work in cannabis in general. Passing strains, working the clones, keeping them alive. That's a great way to get people started. I've always pushed seeds myself, and I always rolled my eyes as somebody that sold seeds. When you got that call, they'd ask you to read you to pretty much the whole menu. What do you got? What are these strains? What are that strains? And it always end with, "You sell clones?" Well, if I sold clones, I'm pretty sure I would have kicked off the conversation with that shit and skipped a lot of the bullshit here. But we need people that are passing good cuts, keeping strains alive, and making it easy for a lot of the people to start. You know what I mean? It's not everybody has the patience to sex out a strain, or even starting a seed out ain't necessarily the easiest thing either. A lot of people, even still, a lot of good growers struggle with popping seeds. It's not necessarily their forte. They tend to grow from clone. I know a lot of people that grow from clone just because they're like, yeah, fuck that seed shit. I'd rather put in get what the work that's already been done and go with the tried and true. And I
Well,
appreciate folks like
also,
you.
I've been looking, you know, you look at aficionados seeds and you're talking $300, $400, $500, $1,000 a pack for some of these seeds out there. And if I can bust open a pack, hunt through them, and find something nice and can put it out there for the people, especially if it's a medical strain, I have no problems buying seeds from someone and charging someone like $5 or $10 on a good, 2-to-1 CBD THC ratio plant. If it's medical, I have no problems going out and buying someone else's seeds or acquiring a cut and passing that cut along. That's how It should be. And if I take somebody's genetics and if I'm going to do anything with them, I'm going to cross it at least 2 or 3 times before I get to what I want the plant to be. So I'm totally changing whatever genetics that I buy or whatever's given to me that I decide to work with. I just choose to try to work with everything because I want to have everything. I want to preserve it. I'm a collector at heart still, I guess, and I want to be able to see because, we are learning every day about this plant and, we're learning different mixtures of like I'm doing now. I rolled 3 different cut types of cannabis to make up for the fact I don't have any Afghani mango. I have to use a Gorilla Glue, a wedding cake, and a chong and cheese to get to that point. But, we're learning so much more about this plant, and we've already tossed out so many of the CBDs from our smokable cannabis because they didn't get us high. Or the plant looked weak, but it happened to be high in this type of THC, which is very rare. So we need to, do a lot more study. So everybody should be able to grow a plant now because, like I say, everybody's growing technique's going to be different. So everybody's going to get a different result. But you kind of need clones, like, when my friend paid $150 for that Gorilla Glue clone at the High Times Cup. It was like $50 for the other cutting. So, you gotta start those cuttings out there somewhere. But you also have to understand some people have to get paid for all their time and work because every time you put out a good seed, it's 4 or 5 years down the road from when you started. Because you just can't put out something you haven't tested. I wouldn't. I ain't fucking up anybody's garden, just like I wouldn't make clones for big facilities because I couldn't afford to have everything scrubbed. And I couldn't afford what was it, $650,000 at the time Michigan wanted for the nursery permit when it came out. I ain't got that type of money, man. Fuck. Now I know moved to Thailand on $200K.
Probably it sounds like it was it worked out pretty good for you too. But Michigan's got a lot for you. You can always come back to Michigan.
I've had offers to come back to Michigan. People, when I told them I was moving to Thailand, people thought I was joking. Sorry, it was just time to go. I own my house. I didn't have to worry about a house payment. I bought it off the bank. That was another nice thing about Michigan is if you hunt for houses, eventually you're going to find a nice one at a decent price. And you can actually afford to own something instead of renting all the time and not having nothing to show.
Yeah,
and I passed that deal on too. I sold my house for $50K in Durant. It originally sold one time when it was all fixed up for $125,000. I got a deal. I passed it on to a young couple. Why not? Give someone else a hand up. I made my money.
That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. wish everybody had that attitude. Cheers. We walked right by the 420. Before we go, I got to get that soundbite from you, my friend. Do you want to give me your soundbite for this episode before we head on out?
Okay, we're actually episode 369, huh?
Yes, sir.
This is Captain
Them are
420.
magic
and
numbers. I didn't mean
We're
to cut you
Captain
off.
4.
Those are magic. Sorry. Those are magic
You want
numbers,
me-
so.
No shit. And I was
Cool.
looking at that. 3 is actually my lucky number. So anything 3, 6, 9, 13, 31, which is also my birthday. All right, we ready to record this thing?
Yes, sir, we are.
This is Captain 420, and we're talking shit with Eagle, episode 369. Peace and love, people.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, my friend. I've had a lot of fun tonight, like I said, and it's been an honor to sit here and listen to your fascinating story. It's been a good one. And again, thank you for all you've done with cannabis. And I hope that it's only a dent into what you get to do. I hope that, what you set out to do there in Thailand with cannabis all comes true, my friend. All comes to fruition for you.
Well,
I
thank
hope,
you very
moreover,
much.
that you keep us updated the whole time when you're popping in and out of the wormhole, having some fun. You'll keep us updated along the way.
Well, actually, you come on during the daytime, so I don't have to get up at 4 or 5 a.m. to go watch a podcast like some of the other ones. So, I hit your show quite often, all the time. It's, like I said, you bring on some really good people. I know people out there who may have wanted to hear more genetic talk or more this talk or more that talk, but what I did was 25 years ago, 22 years ago, I was in the beginning of the legalization, the push for medical cannabis and out of the state of Ohio. So, I'm sorry we didn't get more into that. Yes, we could have. I can talk to you about some of the other Ohio strains, like the Death Star, but these are cuts and strains that have been around for 15, 20 years. So hold on to your plants, people. You never know when something is going to be something really special, and you're never going to get it back. I appreciate everything. I appreciate all the people that have stuck around. Peace and love, people. See you on chat.
Thank you, my friend. It's been a good one. Looking forward to talking to you soon. Everybody in chat, thank you for heading out. Man, there's still a bunch of us watching. So thank you very much for tuning in, hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. I know Captain 420, Ohio. What is it? We forgot to give you, you're still here. You've got to plug that Instagram. I've been doing it in chat, but right off the top of my head, it's Ohio Captain 420.
I'm still on.
Yes, sir. What's that? Captain Ohio's Captain on Instagram. What is it? My
It's,
bad.
it's Ohio's Captain Dank. Someone took Captain 420, so I got a marriage card in the mail, an invitation, and it was written out to Captain Dank. So that's kind of paying homage to my friend that wore a bear costume and came out of a fire one night. So it's Ohio's Captain Dank on Instagram. And I've only had it up for maybe 13, 14 days now.
Right on. I'm terrible. I didn't ask you that in the beginning, and I usually do, but knowing your situation where you were, I wasn't so sure on how much you wanted to disclose there, so I kind of failed to ask. But
I
I figured you'd
appreciate
want to
that.
throw it out there. I, I figured you'd probably want to throw it out there. So. All
All right,
right. All right.
Eagle, thanks for having me on the show, brother. You have a wonderful night. We'll see you in chat in the wormhole.
Have a good night, man. Thank you very much. Everybody else who's left, thank you very much for watching. You guys know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I can't thank you enough for following along on this journey of mine, this journey of ours, I should say, because it isn't just about me. It's about all of us these days, man. This is a growing community day by day, and I love doing this night by night. It isn't possible without you guys. So please join me tonight where my guest will be Dragonfly Earth Medicine. You guys have been wanting this one. So check me out tonight, 11:30. Dragonfly Earth Medicine tonight, 11:30. It's gonna be a good one. Unfortunately, because this is a spotlight and we went the whole episode, no shout outs, but I will most certainly get you guys tomorrow night. But no, I am grateful for everybody on that list. I greatly love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow or tonight, however you look at it. 11:30, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, Cpt420. Thank you so much for fucking hanging out. Appreciate your story. Miss Madam T, everybody else in Chad Westport, Magma Seeds, Me All Flower, Kevin 420, just a few like 1978. Southern BT Grower, Mr. Al Beastly, Spartan Drone. We talked about you tonight. Smiley's Gardens, tons and tons of respect for you, my friend. I can't wait to see you 417. Sending you a little gift package today, my friend. Everybody else, much love to you guys. I am